us send that him attack, truth you know. Teach more reparation for your figure. Rasta from Chicago, him light the way. Up with yourself, stay positive every day. For us said that we hear man the scream, talking about the history, what they never seen. From the land of Zion to the street, playing Jah, spreading Jah love and giving praise to Jah. Pharaoh said that me hear on the screen, talking about the history, what they never seen. From the land of Zion to the streets when Jah, spreading Jah love and giving praise to Jah.
All right, positive energy all the time. You know what we do. Rep your city, represent your city. I am representing Chicago, Illinois, USA. Well, here we go. My daughter told me to get off the internet because she knows when I get up, the first thing I do is check my phone. And as I told her, my phone is very important. I got my weather over there. So that's why I check my weather. She said, oh, that makes sense. I said, yeah, I got to see what's going on with the weather. We got Baltimore in the house. Everybody I'm representing. Chicago. Everybody on Facebook. Everybody on Twitch. Everybody on Kick. And everybody on YouTube. We got Dallas in the building. We got San Jose in the house. Salute to my brother Bobby. What up, Bobby? We got Buffalo in the building. And so here we go again. We got Philly in the building. You know what I'm saying? We got Captain Crunch. What up? What up? Salute, famo. We got the beautiful southern breeze. I need some southern breeze in my life. We got Richmond in the building. Rep your city. Represent your city. Now, listen. I am not anti-immigrant. I got to say that over and over. I am not anti-Black immigrants. Never have been. Never have been. Yeah, cutie pie. I never have been anti-immigrant. That's not my thing like that. Right? But I have been a victim of immigrants, Black immigrants, insecurities. And we're going to talk about that later. Like Black immigrants was when they come to the United States or when they come in contact with us on social media, it is clear they have lots of insecurities. Like I just watched a video the other day showing Africans in Nigeria pooping all in the gullies and off of bridges and on the side of the road. I'm like, what the hell? This is Nigeria. It's supposed to be a lot more classier than that. Y'all just taking craps right on the street. And they got the dude saying, yeah, I do it. I'm going, my God. So y'all mad at the brother from telling Cameron they kind of smelled bad at the concert? I'm saying that to say that causes some insecurities. Also, I'm really naturally a psychiatrist, a psychoanalyst, and a psychologist by nature. And for sure, when black immigrants come to the United States, they feel as if their country that they come from is an insufficient place to live. And they work hard to try to cover that up. Jamaica, Jamaica, right? You know, running from Jamaica, but saying Jamaica's great, you look a little crazy. And so for us foundational black Americans, we really kind of get sick of people leaving the country, coming here bragging about a place they couldn't stay at. I don't understand why black immigrants don't understand that. You look crazy. You look absolutely crazy leaving your country and bragging about your country. You look crazy. Come on, what do you want me to say? You look crazy. You look absolutely crazy. You look crazy coming here talking about Haiti, 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 Haiti. You look crazy. What do you want me to say? So that causes black immigrants, I've been outside a long time, you could basically say I would be one of the top black immigrant pros in the game. I've been deep rooted into the Rastafarian culture, which is not just Jamaican, it's Trinidadian, it's Virgin Islanders, it's representing Africa a lot. So Africans show up sometime. And so it's really not a cultural clash. It's people that don't stay their ass at home where they from, that come into another person's turf or another person's space, trying to look dominant when they are less than dominant. You're only dominant if you can stay home. There's too many Africans fleeing Africa yearly. You know, passing away at sea on little rafts and all type of stuff. They got to have like serious people on the ocean in Italy and Greece and Europe stopping them Africans on them rafts and them boats from overtaking their country. Everywhere you go, you see Africans. So that caused them to feel like their country insufficient. So to try to make up their country being insufficient, they start bragging about their country, which to me, it just makes it worse. Okay, your country sucks. That's why you left. You know, what do you want me to tell you? Your country sucks. Okay, it's if you gotta leave, it's time to be an individual. If you leave where you're from, it's time for you to be an individual. You can't represent where you're from when you leave, unless you're there on business. But I can't leave Chicago and go live in Ghana and represent Chicago. This is what a lot of Africans be doing. Jamaicans, Caribbeans. Jamaicans are notorious for flying a flag from a place they ran from. They're notorious for it. Look, Jamaicans, you look crazy with all that green, gold, and black on. You look like a fool. That's what you look like. No matter how much of that you wear, you don't look proud unless you're at home. Unless you're on the soccer team traveling or something like that. Yeah. You're on a soccer team, you're playing another team. Yeah. But to flee your country because it's not sufficient enough for you to make a decent living and then promote a country that's not efficient for you to make a decent living, where you had to run, you look crazy and you look extremely disrespectful. In other words, if I go to Italy and Italy takes me in and I get a job and I'm making money in Italy, I should respect Italy. I shouldn't respect Chicago if I had to leave Chicago and go to Italy and make some money. I'm just saying. Now you disrespecting the place that feeds you. That's why we want black immigrants out of the United States, because they're eating off of our table with no respect for the table they eat off of. It's just that simple. You come all the way from Haiti running and then call me a dirty black America in my country that I built. So black immigrants typically are self-conscious and feel insecure because their country is not efficient enough to take care of them. You're putting on the front. You're beefing with some people that outnumber you. That's not smart either. If I got some foundational black American children and I go live in Nigeria with my children, why would I disrespect Nigerians with my children there? Like, you really come to America with your children and stuff and your wife and you run around here disrespecting us? Are you serious? This is what happened in South Africa. Africans do it in Africa. The Africans are the worst because they do that in Africa. The Africans have a long history of leaving Nigeria and going to South Africa and bragging about Nigeria while eating off of South Africa. Then the Zulu have to chase you out butt naked down the street. Just horrible. Won't deal with the fact that you feel insufficient because your country sucks. And so you want to brag that your country, how great your country is. How do you leave a country and brag about the country that you had to leave? Then people began to hate you and began to demand to deport you, and people throw you out. Duh. Black immigrants, if they don't calm that down, they will be kicked out of the United States. The legal ones too. They'll revoke your citizenship. Because at the end of the day, you're still not from here. The only way your citizenship can't get revoked is if your family's from here. But if you came here and got citizenship, anything that you get can be taken. See, I didn't get citizenship. I'm just a citizen. You come here and get citizenship. That citizenship can be taken away. You need to read your paperwork when you got your citizenship. You need to read it close because that citizenship can be revoked and you can be locked up. You better read it close. There's certain things you say when you become American citizen. Y'all ever seen people when they become citizens, they be standing in a group and have to read something off? You better go back and look at what you read. There's stipulations in that. Even if I'm an American citizen born here for generations, there's things I could do that would make the government deem me as a traitor and lock me up. Do you black immigrants, you know what a traitor is? You know what a traitor is? This was one reason that the Rastafari community and movement failed, because the brothers wasn't Rastas. The brothers wasn't, Rastas, they have a red, gold, and green flag. You know what I'm saying? The Rastas have a red, gold, and green flag. Right? So the Rasta's flag is representing Ethiopia. This is the Rastafari flag under Emperor Haile Selassie from Ethiopia. But they're Jamaicans, so this is the flag they really love. They do not love this flag. They do not. They have not. Reason Rasta culture sucks today is because they was never this. They was this. They was always this. And Rasta is not much bigger than Jamaica. The Rasta culture is a fraud. Rastas are frauds. The Rastafari liberty is fraudulent and fake. It's fake. They are Jamaicans. They were chased out of Shashamane by the Ethiopians. Ben chased them out. Right? Ben chased them out years ago. Oh, shoot. Hold on. I'm going to unban you, bro. I blocked the wrong person. Hold on. I'm trying to get rid of this guy. Right? Hold on, Isaiah. So that's why I don't really deal with Rasta like that. The movement, the liberty. I like that. I don't really deal with that. I respect what it represents, but I don't deal with what it actually is. I respect what Rasta's supposed to be. I would say I would be a true Rasta. But I don't deal with the Rasta because it's not true Rasta. It's fraudulent. It's a waste of my time. I could still keep the original concept of it in my heart, but I don't deal with the liberty at all. Like Black Man Lion, he probably say he a Rasta. I bet you he fraudulent. I bet you he fool. I bet you he flaw. I bet you he ain't really Rasta like he's supposed to. I bet you anything Black Man Lion is flawed. I'm telling you. That boy ain't standing on no Rasta like that. Or he would come with a real conscious, his real name. Black Man Lion. That ain't no Rasta man. Rasta man, Ras this and Ras that. He's supposed to be Ras something. He Black Man Lion. He bootleg. You don't even know if that's a black person. How he gonna Black Man Lion trying to question me on Rasta and his name ain't Ras? He got a bootleg fake name. When Rasta bootleg is fake. His name's supposed to be Ross Joseph or Ross Kinney or Ross something. Not no Black Man Lion. You bootleg, you flaw. That's why I don't deal with it. And you a troll. And we Rasta don't troll, bro. You embarrassing to any culture. A black man lying. You're embarrassing. So even though Rasta's supposed to be this, Rasta's really this. Rastas is Jamaicans. They're not Ethiopians at all. None. Okay? It's flaw. It's flaw. It ain't standing on no principles. Period. I would have to start my own house of Rastafari House of Thug, my own. I would not be able to deal with. I wouldn't be able to deal with that. That's for sure. One thing a Rasta don't do, they don't troll. So it bro not no Rasta trolling. Rasta not feminine like that all in the chat trolling. Like that. Rasta is not supposed to be Jamaican, American, or none of that. So when he say, why am I Rasta? No, I'm a foundational black American. I've been dumped Rasta as far as the movement. See, I'm Rasta as far as the Rasta concept, but I'm not Rasta as far as the movement. So he don't know much about Rasta. I'm Rasta as far as the concept, but I'm not Rasta as far as the movement. I don't deal with the Rasta movement because the Rasta movement ain't moving. I don't got time. Movement of our people. Well, our people better get to moving. I mean, look at Bob Marley's offspring. Do they look like they represent Rasta culture, black culture, Africa? With all due disrespect. Don't look like it to me. But that's another video for another day. So here today, I'm going to talk about the reason for so much opposition to FBA. You see, Black Man Lion, he what we call a spy, an insurgent. He do not like FBA. He just over here like a girl that be following her man when he break up with her. So we broke up with whatever he believed in. So he all in his feelings. You know what I'm saying? On the internet, he ain't no face to face outside. He gonna cease and settle, you know. I'm a sit down face to face. The man I disgrace, face to face. He ain't got all that internet energy like that. That's internet stuff. We're not internet-y. I'm not internet-y. You won't see me on. I watch a lot of you all that got content. I watch your content. Tell me you don't never know me. I'm over there. Why? I let you do your thing. It's not for me to tell you you wrong, you this, you that on your channel. That's a violation of black conscious teaching. And black conscious teaching, whoever got the flow, and whatever they say, they say. You don't interrupt the other person that's teaching. You just don't do that. Facts. You can ask questions. You can ask questions about something you don't understand or you don't believe is right. You could do that because it's their responsibility to explain it to you. But you can't bring up your philosophy if you were too scared to take the floor. You know? This generation, these people are definitely pushing delineation and reparations. And that's because this generation absolutely seen their parents and their grandparents and even themselves seeing that black immigrants are flawed and are jealous. and that there never can be no work with them, people like me would never move to Africa, ever. I would never put myself in that situation. Not just Africa. I know foundational Black American roster that moved to the Caribbean. It was horrible. It was an absolute horrible situation. You ever notice you don't see a bunch of foundational Black American rosters live in Jamaica? Why? Why other rosters ain't in Jamaica? Why every time you see videos of rosters in Jamaica, it's Jamaican rosters? Am I correct? Why you don't never see no African rosters, no Black American rosters, no Trinidadian rosters in Jamaica? They rosters, right? No, they haters. They gonna be on that Jamaican stuff. Am I lying? They Jamaican. They Jamaican first. They not rosters like that. They Jamaicans pretending to be standing on Rastafari ideology. This is a fact. Rostered in Jamaica is flawed, except some of the real old elders. They older than me. They're in their 70s. They standing on the original principle. But all y'all young rosters from the mid 60-year-old down, y'all flaw. Y'all flaw. And your music sucks. Your music is weak. A dibby song, man. A dibby song, man, on the milk, you know? The man in the milk. Weak reggae boy. No roots and culture, just a reggae vulture. So I'm going to break it down. The reason for opposition, right, to FBA. Are you ready? Drum roll. Bad Pharaoh. Oh, my fault. Number one, the whole concept of foundational Black Americans makes less support for Black power talkers. Black power, the ones that talk Black power, right? Foundational Black American concept means that Black people want to build. They want to build their economy. They want to build economical situations in the United States. Well, the Black power dudes, they survive off of fear mongering. The white people gonna take us over, y'all. We gotta get together. So, right? We gotta get together. We gotta fight, right? So Black power never liked success because Black power pushes fear, right? You've never seen Black power push building, nothing. The only time you've seen Black power push building was Fred Hampton, and they got him out of here real quick. Why? What's the difference between UEP Newton and Fred Hampton? UEP Newton was pushing fear, and UEP Newton was working for the feds because his partner was a military, worked for the military. Yeah, UEP didn't know his number one man that put him in the movement was an agent, right? Like a bird song. You can see what he is, unless you saw. You can see what he is. Like if you don't see what he is, that's great. It was great you brought that up. Because if you don't see what he is, you're definitely not a revolutionary. You sleep, right? You'll get everybody unalived, basically. So if you can't see who is who, you are lame anyway. You know what I'm saying? You definitely ain't no revolutionary because you can't see an infiltrator. You know what I'm saying? When they right in front of your face. So you definitely a lame or COINTELPRO for sure. COINTELPRO or lame. And this is Big Pharaoh, and this here is a little bitty, teeny bitty, little bitty red, black, and green little bitty ant. Yeah, you's a little ant. You ain't no real soldier like Big Pharaoh. Soldier, you're dismissed. Yeah, bird song. I mean, he gonna sing. He gonna tell. He tell you right there. But anybody can see he's the opposition. He's you know what I'm saying. That's to draw out the radicals so the feds could line them up, get a record of all of them. You know, same with uh, the other brother that the NAFC or whatever, not effing around coalition. Yeah, they pulled him off, waited a while, and put him out there. You know what I'm saying? But the main reason that some people like this don't like foundational Black Americans because nobody gonna listen to him no more. He's done. He's washed. So he mad. So he be trolling because whatever he's teaching is washed. That flag he got is washed. The whole thing he trying to pretend he says all washed. No, he mad. Nobody gonna listen to him no more. When you see them like radicals come over here, ask yourself why they mad. Why they watching stuff on FBA? Because they washed. They washed. Basically. No, it's not going to be a black revolution because they'll never get more than 10 people to join. Okay? They'll never get more than 10 people to join. And let me delete the policey comments. Thank you, but don't mark me out. I hope y'all learning from me. You see, I'm going to delete certain things of people trying to mark out my channel by making certain statements. And if you know anything about the feds, they look for certain words. So when you see people come into my chat and put certain words, that's to mark me out to the feds, right? To make my life pop up on the feds. They trying to see if I bite, but they automatically, you know, Washington D.C., the CIA, FBI, they do word recognition. Any word recognition, certain words automatically pop up on your phone too. Certain words, like they got all the phones that's hooked up to recorders, but the recorders can't record everybody. So the recorder won't come on until you say a certain word. And the recorder is back recording. So when you say a certain word, it goes back and record it like 30 seconds before you say that word. All of that gets saved. See, it's saving it's recording everything, but if you don't say nothing, it deletes it, right? So when you get on the phone, it's saving everything. But if you don't say certain words, it just deletes it because they can't afford to save all it. But if you say a certain word, then it'll save it. Like if you say certain things about certain substances, it's going to save it. Then it's going to forward it to the DEA. It forwards it to the right authorities. The FBI, the DEA, the CIA, depending on what you say. right? So the main reason and the reason I'm talking about this, shout out to Cult Figure TV, salute to the general. Cult Figure TV, I watch them all the time. You know what I'm saying? Great content. And he was talking about Michi X and how Michi X is having a baby, having a hissy over foundational Black Americans. Now, he probably wasn't on the internet heavy like that, so he probably don't know that she's not really against foundational Black Americans. She hate Tyreek. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't gonna get into that. But if I'm not mistaken, Bougie Bear is her, ain't it? Ain't she Bougie Bear? So she been totally trashed by Tyreek. So anything he's involved in, she gonna hate it. She don't really hate FBA. She hate Tyreek. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't gonna get on her. But if you look at her from where I come up in the game, she don't look pro-black to me. She doesn't represent what she be saying. It looked like a money grab to me because there's really nothing pro-black about how she carries herself. I'm just saying. There used to be certain aesthetics that you had to have to be considered really pro-black. And a perm wasn't one of them, but I know. Yeah, a perm, a sister with a perm, it didn't really qualify as pro-black. They qualified as trying to be European, basically. But that has nothing to do with reparations. So you can have any kind of hair and get reparations. But as far as Michi X being like anything like pro-black, I mean, okay. So one of the reasons, number one, that a lot of people don't like foundational Black American genealogy and lineage is because it creates less support for the Black power talkers. This is why Sarah Sunsetti is all in his feelings because it has undermined that. And what happens is foundational Black Americans are looking at economical development. And so you begin to look at these Black power people and you begin to look at what have they brought to the table economically, scientifically, educationally, what improvements have they made for the Black community? And it's none. They've made no improvements. Their concept has been worthless, absolutely worthless. They don't have anything pro-Black has been developed. And now they're regurgitating the same thing for 20 years, 30 years, regurgitating with no, you know. Next thing you know, you're doing regular YouTube like everybody else because you done ran out of Black stuff to say, right? So now, you're the general, but you just talking about non-general, non-Black revolutionary, just basically gossip, basically. Yeah, I remember that. Their concept did not become applicable because black Americans got to go to work every day. You got to pay your bills. You got to go to work every day. You ain't got no time to sit around. Man, let me tell you something. You got 3 children and a wife and a house note or rent, car note, insurance, phone bills, internet bills. How much time you got to sit around talk about how black your ass is? I don't pay no bills. I don't pay no bills. They don't pay no bills. So people say, well, brother, you was talking black. Whoa, no, 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 no. I didn't like the pro-black movement when I was in it. I didn't like it because they didn't help me grow. They didn't help me grow. I could have built a multi-million-dollar business. But they wasn't on that. I was working. I was an economical roster. That's my booth right there. That's Tabby Diamond from the Mighty Diamonds buying clothing and stuff for me. I wasn't just sitting around talking about Rasta. I was on some Rasta economics. I was on economics. You see Burning Spear? What he got in his hand? A shirt. Who just sold it to him? Me. I'm outside selling. You see the young brother on the left? He was a Crip from up in Long Beach. No, Pasadena. I was training him how to get out there and get that black conscious money. I was going to red, black, and green stuff and red, gold, and green stuff. I was working. I went to all of the reggae, right, which is red, gold, and green, and I went to all the red, black, and green. I went to all the black events. I went to the Black Pan-African events and I went to the Rasta events. I saw red, black, and green and red, gold, and green. I did the whole culture. I was getting money. I was making $3,000, $4,000 a week in the 80s. I was making $3,000 or $4,000 a week when my rent was like, what, $500, $600? Tabby Diamond from the Mighty Diamonds, Burning Spear. Now I was getting the bag. I was getting the bag. Family Man from the Wailers. Where you think I'm at? I'm at a concert in front. I'm in front of a concert. I made so much money and did so well in front of this building that the man that owned this building invited me to work at his movie theater. That was like 3 hours from there. Like this, an hour and a half south of LA. He invited me to come work at his theater an hour and a half north of LA. I was working in Ventura. Now I was getting the bag. No, I was getting the bag. No, Big Pharaoh was getting the bag. Don't even get it. Don't even get it twisted. No, I was never sitting around just no. Boom. Joseph Hill of culture. I wasn't philosophizing at all. I wasn't philosophizing. I wasn't doing no philosophizing. All the knowledge I'm saying now, I've gathered over decades. I'm talking what I gathered. I wasn't doing no philosophizing. I was getting money, bro. I wasn't doing no philosophizing. I was studying. I was studying, I was learning. Everything I'm saying now, I took it in from years and years and took it in. Now I was getting a bag. I was the number one vendor in LA, except for maybe a couple people, like some women that sold dresses, stuff like that. But I was at the top. I was in the top 5 in the whole California, not just in LA. Now I was getting money. I wasn't, you know what I'm saying? I was getting money. I was a businessman. I was looking at economical development. I was getting money. Period. You see the way I was dressed? That made me sell more. I sold more because they're like, oh, he official. You know, it's a businessman. When they see me, they say, you see the lion's tooth on my neck? You see the white gold all on my neck? You see the crown? That's how I was getting money. A lot of the rosters was playing in bands. A lot of wrestlers was getting money the other way. They was playing in bands. So they was getting money too. They was getting that reggae money. But they wasn't like me though. You know why? And I'm not bragging. I'm telling y'all the facts. You know the difference between them and me? Is I was getting that money too. I was getting that money too. Yeah, I was getting that money too. Yeah. Yeah, I was getting that reggae money too. Yeah, there I go right there. I was getting the bag. No, I wasn't sitting around. I got bills to pay. I got a woman. I got a queen. I got to go get the money. I got to go get the money. There was some whites that would go out there, but I'd blow them out the water. You know what I used to do? And I'm going to get back to the subject. I would go to an event because my booth was so big, I had so much, I suck all the air out the room. And maybe the little white girl, you know, she didn't make no money. So Sunday night when the event's over, I would go to her table and buy her friendship bracelets. Let me get these red, gold, and green friendship bracelets. I give you, you know what I'm saying? So I would go, everybody that flopped, because I sucked all the money out the room and you didn't make no money. And I know you thirsty because you didn't make no money. Right? So then I would go buy your stuff wholesale so you go home with some money. Then at the next event, I got more stuff on the table. Because now I got all your friendship bracelets. Now I'm a seller. So on the side note, remember, you can't sell nothing if you just got a little bit. You got to have a lot to sell. If you got a little bit, you ain't going to make no money. So let's say you're selling like milk. If you go to an event and you got milk and you got one brand of milk you're trying to sell, you might make some money. But if I come and I got that brand and 10 other brands, you ain't going to make nothing because I'm the milkman. I got 10 brands of milk. I got all the milks. See what I'm saying? That's how you make money, right? That's how you suck. No, I got all the T-shirts. I got more T-shirts than I could put on the table. I used to have to flip my T-shirts around, right? If it's a red, black, and green event, I got to set it up a certain way. And if it's a red, gold, and green event, if it's a Rasta event, I got to set it up more Rasta-y. If it's a Black Liberation event, I got to set it up that way. So let's say it's a Black Liberation Day. Okay, on them days, I got like 4 Marcus Garvey shirts. I got my Malcolm X shirts. See what I'm saying? I got some Bob Marley shirts, but they gonna want Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, stuff like that. So I got that. I got Too Black, Too Strong. It's a black thing. You wouldn't understand it. That's at the red, black, and green black events. Then when I go to the reggae events, now I got One Love, Irie, right? Rasta, reggae, Bob Marley, Marcus Garvey, like that. Haile Selassie, like that. I don't put a whole bunch of Haile Selassie's at the Black Power stuff. I put a bunch of Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X. And at the reggae stuff, a bunch of Haile Selassie, Marcus Garvey, and Bob Marley. So I change it up depending on the audience and suck all the air out the room because I got thousands of dollars worth of merchandise. Shout out to Nicholas Novelty. I'm one of the people who helped build Nicholas Novelty. Facts. Ask his daughter. I was ordering $2,000 or $3,000 from Nicholas Novelty every week. Yeah, cater to the demographic. Exactly. That's for young people if you go out here hustling. Okay? So let me get back to the conversation, but I don't mind getting off subject to, yeah, whatever the customers is on. Hey, so the Koreans was all at all the swap meets. And the Koreans was bootlegging everything. So I would take some of my shirts, like reggae, Irie, stuff like that. I would take them to the Koreans. And I told the Koreans, put this on baby clothes and infant clothes. So all of the reggae shirts I had the Koreans putting them logos on baby clothes. So now that daddy buys a shirt, buys baby the same shirt. And then I had them put them on skirts and dresses. So if I got a skirt that say Too Black, Too Strong, if I got a thing that say Too Black, Too Strong, right? Right? Then I would have the Koreans put it on dresses, long dresses and skirts and blouses. Because they really didn't sell a lot of female clothes. So since the Koreans was bootleg kings, I had them bootleg my stuff and apply it to items that don't nobody got. So that's another $2,000 off the Queens because you're like, oh, you got the skirt? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I got the skirt and the long dress and the blouse. I got the blouse. I got the female shirt. You know, a female shirt is made different than a male's t-shirt. Then I got the kids stuff. I got it all on the little baby's onesies. I had the onesies. I had the onesies that say Rasta baby, right? Or Too Black, Too Strong, like that for the babies. The onesies and the 1-year-old, I had the onesies. How they sell the baby clothes. Well, every size I had it. Where they go? Onesies, 6 months, 9 months, 1-year-old. Then the ones for the babies that's 2 years old, 3 years old, all the way up to the big kids. We'll talk about that one day. But if you don't put no money in, you don't get no money out. So I come to the event and suck all the air out the room. All right? On a side note. But back to this conversation. One day I'll just talk about that for y'all. Yeah, I played keyboard and I played bass. You know, I went to Vandercook College of Music, so I play everything. Tuba, you know, you got to learn how to play everything. I went to classical music school. Pan-African, but you know, Pan-Africanism failed because you can only promise something for so long. So this why the Back to Africa movement failed. Because if you tell people back to Africa for 20 years and don't never go, it's going to be over with. You can't push something and it never happened. That's why the Black Power, like you never was black and never got no power. Nobody going to want to keep hearing you keep saying the same thing. Nobody want to hear Sarah Soon say they keep talking about black power for 30 years and don't never make no black power moves. Nobody gonna want to keep hearing that. Who gonna want to keep hearing that? So a lot of those principles, they only gotta they you can only say that for so long. When people don't see no movement, it's over. This is why foundational black Americans are so big, because now once you identify yourself as foundational black Americans, that opens up foundational black American business, movies, housing, housing development, jobs, corporate, because it's not a movement, it's an identification. Foundational Black American is not a movement, it's not a group, it's a replacement for Black American. People slow. They say that, what about the FBA movement? It's not a movement. FBA is BA. FBA is Black American. You never call Black American a movement. So we put the word foundational in front of it. Now it's a movement. No, foundational Black American is the same as Black American. It's just foundational Black American. Duh. It's foundational Black America means the Black Americans that have been here a long time. Because you could come here and become a Black American citizen. So we had to separate ourselves from Africans and them that will come and get citizenship and start calling themselves Black Americans. That's why that was developed, to protect us Black Americans that been here, because fraudulent immigrant Black people will come, become American citizens, and some Jamaican will start calling himself a Black American because he Black and he got American citizenship. But he can't call himself foundational Black America because you're a Jamaican. You understand? It's a way to make sure that Africans and Caribbeans don't steal our lineage, don't vampire off us, because they sure would do it. They would vampire off us. They would become citizens and start calling themselves Black Americans. You see them already talking about they built all this stuff. Y'all ain't been seeing them Black immigrants talking about they built this and built that in this country, taking the credit for what my mother and father did. That wasn't even here when my mother and father was here. It was or my grandparents or my great-grandparents or my great-granddaddy. You niggas wasn't even here. What is you talking about? I was going to Alabama in the early 60s. There wasn't no damn Africans or no Caribbeans or nothing in no damn Alabama or Mississippi. Are you kidding me? Not even in Chicago. You wasn't here. There wasn't no Jamaicans nowhere or Africans. There wasn't no Africans here in Chicago when I was young. Where? Where was some Africans? Where was some Jamaicans? Them people came in the mid to late 70s, okay? And it was only a few then. The first Africans came here like 75, like in there, 76, 77. Then more Jamaicans came in the 80s. Then they flooded the place in the 90s and the 2000s because their countries sucked, okay? Their countries sucked. Their countries was failing, and they ran over here. But they was not here. And I'm born in 1958, so don't no African want this smoke, period. The first African I met was Ben in 1977 when I worked for WFR Printing Company, and Ben had just got here to go to school. He was going to school to learn how to print money. I think he was either from Ghana or Senegal, or one of them. And he was going to go back home and teach his country how to print money so they could print their own money. And then another one came and another one came. There wasn't no Africans here. Wasn't no Africans here. Wasn't no Africans here when I was in high school like that. Wasn't no Jamaicans here either. Wasn't no Jamaicans here. I met the first Jamaicans that came here. Wasn't no Jamaicans here. Wasn't no reggae music. What is reggae music? Wasn't no reggae music. Jamaicans copied Fats Domino. Jamaicans copied Foundation Black Americans. The birth of reggae music comes from Fats Domino. I found my heel on Blueberry Hill. That's where reggae come from. And they took that, and they took that. Jamaicans used to come down south like on visas and work on the sugarcane fields, and they would buy American records and send them back to Jamaica and make a whole lot of money. That's how they started making money. They would buy a 45 from down south in the USA and send them to Jamaica and sell them for 3, 4, 5 times what they paid for them in the US. So now when the Jamaicans started listening to this American music, they took dun 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 and turned it in the sky. Dun 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 dun. That come from Fats Domino and them. That come from dun 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 dun. From that. Then they took that and slowed it down. Dun 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 dun, and put it with the Nyabingi drums. They had the Nyabingi drums. Poop, 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 poop. And they start chink, 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 chink. So it could go with the Nyabingi drums, Mortimer Plano and my brethren Kojo. And they was the ones that, and Bob Marley and them was singing American music. And then Ras Kojo, my brethren, and Mortimer taught Bob and them reggae. Bob and them was singing Curtis Mayfield and stuff. They all copied us. Facts. They copied us. These is facts. Look at Smokey Robinson and the Miracles with the reel on, and look at Bob Marley and them. They was poor, so they got the poor version of it. Look at Bob Marley. They was not no rosters. That's Bob Marley in the middle. That's Bunny Wailer in the front, and the tall one, that's Peter Tosh. Imitating foundational Black Americans way before they went roster. You can see who really did it and who was the imitators. Look at Smokey Robinson and the Miracle and look at them. Look at the suits and the shoes Smokey and them got on. Look at that old stuff the Jamaicans got on. I ain't gonna hate on them because they was living in poverty, but who copied who? They copied us. And then they learned ska, and then they learned reggae. We the foundation. There you go. Don't no Jamaican want no smoke over here. And when the Jamaicans came up here and started playing reggae, it would have failed if it wasn't for us. If it wasn't for foundational Black Americans, reggae would have flopped in the United States because the Jamaicans didn't have enough artists. They didn't have enough musicians. Facts, again. They didn't have enough musicians. So they taught us to play the drums and play the bass guitar. Or they wouldn't have been able to do no show. This show never would have happened without us. The brother next to me is a foundational Black American too, with the guitar. He ain't no Jamaican. I ain't no Jamaican. Back when I got into reggae, it would be three groups of Jamaicans trying to start a band, and they had to share a drummer because there was only one reggae drummer. And they started to teach Black Americans how to play the reggae drums, how to play the bass. Black Americans played guitar, and they got our sisters to sing background. Without that, the Jamaicans didn't have enough people to even put reggae on the ground. Facts. Any Jamaican won't smoke, holler at me. And they couldn't come outside unless we let them come outside. They couldn't come in our neighborhood without us sanctioning them. You think Chucky could have been on Saturday night if I would have said he can't? If I would have went outside and told him GDs, hey, dude can't be over here, he would have had to leave. Folks and them would have got him out of it, would have got them out of here. We let him walk around. Yeah, they wouldn't have made no money or nothing. So the main reason that a lot of these people don't like foundational Black American, the first thing is that the Black Power talkers, it make them look like they all talk. So when we start pushing foundational Black American and reparations and building businesses and do for ourselves, it hurt the Black Power talkers because they never materialize nothing. And foundational Black Americans is about economics and housing and real things Black people need. It's not about talking about no fake Black power. Because there ain't no power if you don't got lineage and you don't have no identification. You understand? So this is why you get so much backlash. Reason number one is because foundational Black Americans create less support for the Black Power movement. Nobody want to hear Sarah Seti no more. If he ain't talking lineage, some type of business or building, nobody want to hear that. Because now it look like he been talking that way back since Sarnetta. You see, that's why Sarnetta's out of here. Because how long he going to keep talking that? And he responsible for how many pervs, like Polite and all that, came up through there. So they nobody want to hear no fake African talk no more. The African talk, the Black Power African talk was fine until we found out more about Africa and found out that ain't no Africa and the Africans don't even get along. Right? So that's the first thing. The first reason that people is opposed to foundational Black Americans is because nobody want to hear the fake Black Power talk over and over and over again. The second reason is because it's less interest in Pan-African concept. See, Black Power is different than Pan-African. So many of the fake Black Power, when that didn't work, they start preaching Pan-African because they know the younger generation, if they're not like me, you all know it's a difference between Black Power and Pan-African. And Black Power, the newer Sarnetta Black Powers, they wasn't teaching Black Power because the original Black Power was teaching what FBA is teaching. Sarah Seti is teaching the fake Black Power. Facts. The original Black Power was do for self. Have your own, your own beauty shops, your own barber shops, your own laundromat. It wasn't that shit he was talking. It had nothing to do with revolution. Black Power had nothing to do with no revolution at all. Black Power was Black Power in business, homes, job creation. That was Black Power. It wasn't sitting around barking with no red, black, and green on. No. No. That fake revolutionary talk used to bounce between Black Power and Pan-Africanism because it never had a home. Think about it. There's no Black Power movement. I mean, a Black revolutionary movement. There's no Black revolutionary movement. They tether off of Black Power, and then when that dissipated, they went and tethered off of Pan-Africanism, which Pan-Africanism is not Black Power. Not. Pan-Africanism is a world concept that everybody come from Africa. Pan-Africanism is not repatriation. Pan-Africanism includes repatriation if you want to, but the truth about Pan-Africanism is just looking at black people globally. Well, the teachers were stupid. Your black power teachers were stupid, and your Pan-African teachers were stupid. They didn't know what they was teaching, so they misinformed the people. They misrepresented those ideology facts. They misrepresented the origin of those ideologies, because you got to understand these is babies. They're not Big Pharaoh. See, when Black Power, I don't think Seti was born in the Black Power era. He probably wasn't even born. Then Pan-Africanism, he was still sucking his mother's titty. Pan-Africanism, that's when I was in my 20s. He was a little boy. He don't know nothing about Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is like early BET, like KRS-One and them when they came out. He didn't start running his mouth till later. He don't know nothing. He wasn't even here for the concepts and the birth of that stuff. He don't know what that stuff really was. The average Pan-African now is going to teaching you the wrong concept of Pan-Africanism. Facts. Pan-African was the early knowledge as people started to learn and started to identify that there was blacks everywhere. It wasn't a finalized concept. It was a concept in the building, okay? It was building, okay? Pan-Africanism was the beginning of building something like foundational Black American. It was not a finalized concept. It wasn't finalized. It was a baby. They've popped out because now they could hustle lectures and they could make money at lectures and pimp the culture. It was nothing but about doing lectures and paying people and pimping the culture. That's it. That's all that was about. They didn't have the knowledge of that stuff. None of that stuff is how people been represented. They are not really representing Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism in a nutshell was when Black people was able to read more and found out more and realize it was Black people all over the world. That's basically it. You understand, my mother and them, they didn't have no internet or nothing. They didn't know nothing about no Black Brazilians. They didn't know nothing about no Nigerians and Ghanaians. So once we learned about different Black people around the world, that became Pan-Africanism. But Pan-Africanism is not a finalized concept. It's a stage. It was a stage. Some of the stages dissipated. So that somebody just asked me, why was I a Rasta? Rasta was a stage, but it wasn't strong enough to maintain as we go to the next stage. These are stages. These are not final ideologies that's meant to last forever. Foundational Black American is the replacement of Black American. That's the replacement for Black people. From Negro and colored to Black American to foundational Black American. It's a step. Straight up. And so you don't complain about a step. That's how you get better. Foundational Black American was developed because too many people was saying it was us, and they think the money was over here. So all these Black people came over here to get the money, but didn't have no love for us. Africans was just here to get the money, economics we built. Caribbeans was just here to get the money. They didn't come because they got no love for us. They don't like us. They just here for the economy we built. That's why we call them tethers. They're not here because they like you. They're here because your ancestors built a Black economy. and they want to come eat off of that economy. Your ancestors was the one that made it where you can use the washroom. You couldn't use a washroom. You couldn't have a job. My mama and daddy opened up these jobs for you to bring your ass here from Africa and get a job. You couldn't get no job in the 40s up here or the 30s. That's the blacks in the 50s and the 60s that created them jobs. And that's why we don't really like black immigrants, because they don't give no respect to that. They don't give no respect for being able to get on a plane or get on a bus or go to a restaurant. That's my problem with them. They don't give no respect to the Rosa Parks. If it weren't for Rosa Parks and MLK, there wouldn't be no Africans over here. How many times you see Africans respect MLK? How many times you seen Africans respect Medgar Evers? How you come here and you don't respect MLK? You don't respect Malcolm X. You don't respect Elijah Muhammad. Without them, your black ass wouldn't be over here. If you don't respect Rosa Parks. If Rosa Parks and MLK made it where we can get on the bus, how you think you can get on the plane to Africa or Jamaica and come here if we couldn't get on the bus? That's why I don't really like black immigrants. Because they living off our blood in the soil, our sweat and our tears. They act like it didn't happen. I'm just asking you, if Rosa Parks and MLK and them fought for us to get on the bus, if we couldn't get on the bus, would an African be able to get on the United Airlines and come here if you can't get on the bus? Put it in the chat. If you can't even get on a bus, would an African be able to come here on a plane? Or Jamaican or Caribbean if you cannot get on a bus? Now, they ain't going to put me over there with Godfrey and them, because dude over there played in the NFL. If it wasn't for Rosa Parks and them, he would have not been able to play in no NFL. At all. Point blank. That's why we don't get along. If it weren't for this lady saying, I'm going to sit where I want to sit, you would have not been able to get on no plane in Africa and come here. You would not have been able to use no restaurant. You would not be able to go to no restaurant. You would not be able to enter no airport. Okay? That's for you Africans and you Caribbeans. If it wasn't for this lady, you would have not been able to come here. And if it wasn't for our kindness, you wouldn't have been able to stay here, because we could have chased your black ass out of here if we knew you was going to be a hater. I ain't pushing no violence. I'm just saying, don't forget that me and the guys, we let you walk around Chicago. We let you walk around New York. We let you walk around California. We didn't have to let you walk around here. We could have ended that when it was just a few numbers. When the first few of y'all came, we could have ended you coming here. That's for all black immigrants. We let you walk around here. That's a fact. We let you walk around here. I challenge any immigrant. I challenge them. Well, you telling me the Chicago gangs didn't let Jamaicans live in the 70s? So you telling me they could have had a record store on 79th in Cottage? Who believed they could have had Conquering Line record store on 79th and College if them gangs over there was told they can't have it? I'm just saying. And who say we can't stop your movement now? This what pissed me off. And this what pissed me off about black immigrants. Because why would you come over here and put brothers and sisters in danger? See, I'm going to speak on behalf of the black immigrants too. Listen, you black immigrants, tell your people to shut up. Okay? Your people on this internet trolling black Americans put y'all in danger. I'm not promoting that. I'm just telling y'all what's going to happen. What happened in South Africa? You had blacks that's basically immigrants, not from South Africa, going to South Africa, acting bad. And what did they just recently do? They chased the Nigerians, the Ghanaians, the Ethiopians. They chased y'all all out of South Africa because when your people come and don't behave, the people will chase all y'all out of their area. Listen, you see the lady that called us dirty black Americans? You know who she hurt the most? She didn't hurt us. She hurt the Haitians. Facts. She put Haitians in danger. That's what she did. So let's say you in Chicago. You a dude. Boom, we talking, right? Say, where you from? You're like, I'm from Haiti. My whole energy could change if I wanted to. Oh, you from Haiti? I look at the guys. See what I'm saying? I'm just saying. She put out, listen, I speak for black people all over the world. Now I'm speaking on behalf of the Haitians. To the Haitian brothers and sisters out there, that woman put y'all in danger. I don't know why y'all going soft on her. She put y'all in danger. A whole bunch of people hate y'all now. I'm not pushing hate. I don't hate y'all. We talking the facts. It's a whole bunch of foundational black Americans do not like Haitians. And some of these black Americans don't behave. They with the bullshit. That was a pretty egregious, that was pretty detrimental. That was pretty degrading to call all black Americans dirty. And then say, well, some kids mess with you at school. Yeah, but did they call all you Haitians dirty? No, that was just some kids messing with you. Show me where black Americans lumped all Haitians together and called y'all something like dirty. That never happened. There was never no statement. I don't remember no statement in the U.S. against all Haitians. What's the statement that any black American made that went viral against all Haitians? I ain't never heard one. Listen, Haitians not even on the radar. Am I lying? Are black Americans, have we ever thought about Haitians? We've never thought about Haitians at all. At all. We ain't talking about back when you was 3. I'm talking about now. I'm talking about the 2000s, 2010, 2020, on the internet now. I've never heard no black people say nothing about no Haitians. Nah, I ain't never heard it. A lot of us, we ain't even around no Haitians. So imagine calling people dirty black Americans there's no Haitians in Chicago like that. Let me tell you something. There's no Haitian community in Chicago. Not like that, right? So if there's no Haitians in Chicago, are people in Chicago calling Haitians names? No, because there is no Haitians. Black Americans ain't paying attention to other people because black Americans is always around black Americans. Am I right or am I wrong? Black American youth in Chicago get up in the neighborhood around Black Americans. Black American youth ain't around nobody but Black Americans. The only time we around people that mistreat us is when our women go in Korean stores or Chinese stores. Other than that, or Arab stores. But other than that, in our community, there's nobody to hate. There is no Haitians in Chicago at all. Not like that. So why would you call Black people in Chicago dirty Black Americans? There's no Haitians here. There's no beef with Haitians in Chicago because there's no Haitians. So why would you call us all that? Why would you call all Black Americans that ain't even around no Haitians? Why would you call us dirty Black Americans like that? I'm just saying. Haitians is only in a couple places in America. Haitians ain't deep in America like that. No, it ain't. It ain't hardly no goddamn Haitians in the United States, bruh. United States got 300-something million people. How many of them you think is Haitians? You really believe they got a drop in the bucket? America's is 340 million Americans. You think anybody can see 1,000 out of 340 million? There's 340 million Americans. Put it in perspective. New York, America got how many states? I rest my case. Do anybody in Detroit know anything about what the hell's going on in New York with Haitians? I'm just asking, because she didn't call New Yorkers dirty. She called Americans dirty. Do Black people in other states know anything about Haitians except New York and Florida? Because it ain't even no Haitians in California like that. There ain't no damn Haitians. The people that we meet the most is Jamaicans and Nigerians. The rest of you Blacks, the only ones that we bump into is Jamaicans and Nigerians. And that's it. Itty bitty. You'll be waiting forever to bump into a damn Jamaican. Now you got some East Africans driving cabs, but they just be around the white people. Nobody bumping into no Ethiopians like that. So why would you call the whole country dirty Black Americans when the whole country ain't even got no Haitians? The whole country ain't even got no Haitians. So the whole country ain't done nothing to y'all. I lived in L.A. There wasn't no Haitian community in L.A. L.A. is mostly Hispanic and Black. And now some Asians trying to take over. But why would you do that? So foundational Black Americans, first, they take away interest in the Black Power movement. Second, nobody's interested in Pan-Africanism because now we know Pan-Africanism costs money, and if you ain't got no money, you can't pan your ass to Africa, and you ain't got no Black power without no money. So now we in economical development stage, economical opportunity, and you can't get no economical opportunity if you don't identify yourself, because other groups will come in and take jobs and take whatever they could take and identify themselves as Koreans and identify themselves as this and that and take opportunity from it. So now we identify ourselves so we can outline specifically how much taxes we paying, and look to know where our money at. This is why they really mad that we're identifying ourselves, because that means we're identifying how many jobs is available for us, so you can't be taking them. We're identifying how much money we putting in, which is way less than you putting in. And this is why black immigrants is pissed that we identifying ourselves, because now it outlines how little they do run, how little they do, how little they add. They don't add shit over here like that. If all black immigrants left right now, we would do better. That would be more job for us, more money for us, and more money stay in the country. Instead of somebody sending money to Jamaica and sending money to Africa, sending money. Black immigrants hurt the economy because they starving back where they come from, and they sending how much billions of dollars to their broke ass countries where they came from. All they doing is sending money to their mama because she over there starving. Sending money to their relatives in Haiti, sending money to Jamaica, sending money out. And them places they send it ain't sending nothing back because they broke, busted, and disgusted. That's not good for no economy with people shipping money out the country. Them doggone people from East Africa is sending money, and terrorist groups is getting it. They sending money to people that's buying weapons and attacking American interests in foreign countries. Where that, Minnesota, Minneapolis, or what up there? Yeah. Asians too, coming over here having babies, coming over here dumping babies, and got 1 million babies back in China getting welfare. There's millions of babies in Asia getting money from the system because of birthright citizenship, pimping the system. Why? Because the Democrats is tethers. The Democrats ain't foundational black Americans or heritage white Americans. There's going to have to, the politicians going to have to be Americans. We're not going to be able to put all these immigrants as politicians because their loyalty is going to be where they from. A Jamaican's loyalty is always going to be the Jamaican. He just here taking up space. A Nigerian's loyalty going to always be the Nigerian. Now, why would I want to live with somebody whose loyalty in Nigeria, then we get in a war, he run back to Nigeria, now I got to fight for the spot he was occupying. He ain't even spot. He ain't going to fight for all the money he ate over here. This is the problem with a lot of immigrants. They going to eat off your plate, but when it's time to go to war, they going to run. And now I'm basically fighting for you, for the food you ate, for the space you took. You over here from Nigeria, you over here from Jamaica, you over here from all these places. And then when it crack off, you're going to run your punk ass back to where you came from, the same way you ran over here. Listen, to me, immigration is a problem if they runners, because a runner going to run. And when you got a country, you need loyal people to that country. And if these people ain't loyal to their country, what the hell make the American government think they're going to be loyal to America? These people ain't loyal at all. A Jamaican ain't loyal, and America's not loyal to Jamaica, or he'll be his ass in Jamaica fixing Jamaica. If an African ain't in Africa fixing Africa, what make you think they going to fight to fix this? They smoochers. They won't even fix their own country. Okay, so if you had a house and you had a friend and you went to his house, it was dirty, it was nasty, it was roaches everywhere, would you let him come live at your house? He don't want to clean up. He don't want to fix his house. The fence broke, the gate broke. He look at your house, he want to come over there where everything fixed at. But he don't want to fix where he from. This is the problem with African men. African men is some of the worst men in history. They will not fix their home, but always bragging about Africa. Go home, bro, like a real soldier and fix your homeland. Now you running like a coward. How you benefit me when you a runner? You cannot depend on immigrants. The old immigrants, you could depend on them because America was a new country and they became American. But the new immigrants are never Americans. They never respect Americans, like Jamaicans. Jamaicans never become Americans. Never. Their loyalty is always to Jamaica. They just sponging off of America with all due disrespect. How could you trust somebody like that? That's just eating off of you like that. America's got to get rid of all these foreign people and send them back home and get some people over here that's got loyalty to the country, that's going to be here, that ain't going to run. When you got 100 billion people and something happen, now you only got 50 billion. The other 50 billion run and leave that 50 billion to clean up and probably think once you straighten it out, they want to come back. So that's the second thing. The third thing is Foundational Black America exposes the black diaspora ain't even united and are a bunch of divided tribes. That's the other thing. Foundational Black Americans and us pulling together and building unity exposes how the other blacks are not unified. They're not like Foundational Black Americans. They're not Nigerians. They got 400 different tribes. They come over here and try to tell you they're Nigerian, but in Nigeria, they some tribe. There's no such thing as a real Nigerian in Nigeria. Trump was 100% correct. Donald Trump was never a bad guy, but Donald Trump, in order to get where he had to pretend for some bad people. He had to get in a Republican Party and play it off to get their support. He never believed all that shit the Republican Party was teaching. But he can't win unless he pretend. That's Donald Trump. Donald Trump had to fake it to make it. He had to pick a side and he had to pretend that he agreed with that side. Facts. That's why they got to listen to an OG. Donald Trump ain't never hated black people. Donald Trump had black girlfriends. Donald Trump always fucked with black people. Always. His daddy was racist, and he didn't like that. He didn't like that his dad. Donald Trump always fucked with black people. Fact. He just pretended he not to fool the Republicans to get in power. Donald Trump has never been anti-black. That's a fact. Never. But in politics, you got to pretend that you believe everything that side, say. He had to fake it to make it. Donald Trump ain't what they think. Donald Trump ain't no racist. Never been. Donald Trump never been a racist. He had to pretend. Politics is set up where you can't be what you want to be. You got to be whatever going to get the votes. You can't be what you want to be in politics. You can't be what you want to be in politics. You have to be whatever you're going to be to get the votes. Donald Trump ain't never been no racist. He just be saying stuff to get the vote and get support. He'll say some racist stuff. That was his woman right there. Do he look like he cared? That's the black, that was his girlfriend. The black chick. That was his woman. If he wanted to win, he had to hide all that stuff. Yeah, he was always around Ali, Don King. He was always around. He was always around black folks. The dude ain't no racist. Dude playing now. He got to do what he got to do. You know, black people don't understand politics. And politics, you know, you got to do stuff, you know, that, you know, you got to do stuff. You know what I'm saying? In politics. In politics, you gotta do stuff. You know what I'm saying? To win. You don't get to do what you want to do. You got to do whatever going to get the votes.
African Americans built this nation. You built this nation. You know, you're just starting to get real credit for that. Okay, I don't know if you know that. You're just starting to get, you built the nation. We all built it, but you were such a massive part of it. Bigger than you were given credit for. Does that make sense?
You see what I'm saying? But if you want to run and you decide you're going to run Republican, you remember Trump was Democrat. Trump was Democrat. And when he decided he's going to run, you know what I'm saying? It come out of Occupy Wall Street, turned into the Tea Party, and then the Tea Party turned into that other group, and he went and got in front of that group. The Tea Party turned into I need to write it down so I don't forget. It was Occupy Wall Street turned to the Tea Party, and then the Tea Party turned into the group he ran in front of. MAGA. No, before MAGA. No. The Tea Party turned into something else, and then that turned into MAGA. I'll be forgetting. I need to write it down. When he was running, they wasn't MAGA at first when he ran the first time. They was something else. It's going to come to me. They was something else. No, they was something else. It'll come to me. Yeah, Occupy Wall Street. Then you had the Tea Party, and the Tea Party turned into that other group, and then he ran to them, and then they became MAGA. It'll come to me. No, not the Proud Boys. The Proud Boys organization. I'm talking about political white group, the Republicans. After the Tea Party, they became something else. It's going to come to me. No, not the alt-right. Another word, a political word that he ran. They didn't become MAGA until he said that. I forgot. I said it once before. It's three of them before MAGA. It's three of them. It's three before MAGA. Then when he said "Make America Great Again," then they took that, and then that became MAGA. That was the fourth group. But it's one after the Tea Party. I forgot what they was. It's gonna come to me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's gonna come to me. No, I almost had it. Uh, it just might be them three. Maybe I'm just tripping. Maybe that's the only three it is. Maybe it was MAGA right after the Tea Party. Cause yeah, that's the only three it was. It was Occupy Wall Street, the Tea Party, and MAGA. It was only those three. Cause he won originally from the Tea Party. He won from the Tea Party. That's the only three it was. He won from the Tea Party. I remember now. He ran the first time he ran with the Tea Party. That was the Tea Party that stormed the Capitol. That wasn't MAGA. That was the Tea Party. That was the Tea Party because you know the Tea Party. Go look the history of the Tea Party. The Tea Party overthrew the government. So that situation at the Capitol, that was the Tea Party. That was the Tea Party. Then the Tea Party became MAGA. But it started with Occupy Wall Street. Started it. Right? So now, one of the reasons for opposition of Foundation of Black American is it makes less support for Black power talkers. Two, it dampens the interest in Pan-Africanism. Three, Foundation of Black Americans expose the Black diaspora isn't even united. So Foundation of Black Americans exposes that Africans can't talk because Africa is divided. And anytime they on the continent of Africa try to say something to us, what can you say to us when you was just beefing in South Africa and they threw y'all out of South Africa? So it exposed that the Africans don't got their shit together. They can't say nothing because you got Africans trying to talk, but Africa is a hellhole and Africans ain't even Africans. They don't even get along. So you got dude over there with the 154, but it's really only like 140 something because the other countries is Arabic. And out of that 140 something, they ain't even united. He's spending a whole bunch of time talking about Foundation of Black Americans when Africans ain't got their stuff together. They got 1 billion tribes, they don't even get along. So it exposes the Black diaspora. Another reason they don't like Foundation of Black America, because it makes us keep our resources. We start holding on to our resources. We start acknowledging that people is getting resources and don't respect us. So we don't really want to spend no money with no foreign group unless it's something absolutely needed because they don't respect our dollars. Asian community don't respect our dollars. Black immigrants don't respect our dollars at all. And we got to stop spending money with them because they do not respect our money. They take our money and look down on us. Okay? So that's the fourth reason. Because when we keep our resources, now we don't want to go to Ghana. Ghana lose money. I don't want to go to Nigeria. Nigeria, we don't want to go to Africa. We don't want no African tourism. Because once we find out that Africans don't really deal with us over here, why would we want to go around Africans? How is there brotherly love when you see us delineating and you don't support it, but you delineate it? So there's Africans speaking against delineation, but the whole Africa is delineated. So not only are they enemies, but they're not that smart. Because how you going to be against delineation and you are Nigerian? Nigerian is delineation. So you got Africans speaking against delineation, but all the Africans is delineated. So it's like divide from the black and the diasporas. We can be delineated. Y'all got to be us. All the black immigrants that speak against FBA are basically saying that we got to be a part of the whole diaspora. And they could be Jamaicans. They could be Nigerians. They're the only ones could be separated. But we have to be included with everybody. That's what they're basically saying. How can a Jamaican speak against delineation? You know why? Because they're not educated. Because to call yourself Jamaican is delineation. Your lineage go back in Jamaica. So they're also not the brightest bulbs in the lamp. All of the blacks in the diaspora that's against delineation are delineated. But they want us to be Africans. But Trinidadians ain't Africans, they Trinidadians. Jamaicans ain't Africa, they Jamaicans. Nigerians ain't Africans. Ghanaians ain't Africans. Ethiopians, none of them is Africans. They're all delineated. They're all delineated. Am I lying? Are not, is it identified as a Nigerian delineation, showing your lineage back in Nigeria? Am I lying? What's the difference in Ghanaian and foundational Black American? Stay on subject. Answer what I'm asking. Let's just talk about part 3. It exposes that the Black diaspora isn't even united. Let's talk about that. Is the Black diaspora united? Because they claim foundational Black Americans represent division. Is the Black diaspora united? Yes or no? Put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. Trinidadians and Jamaicans ain't united. So imagine them saying that we need to be united with the diaspora, but the diaspora is divided. I'm breaking down to y'all what a lot of people's not breaking down. They're having ridiculous conversations, right? You understand? People that ain't united want us to be united with everybody. They want us to be united with a bunch of Black people that's not united. Not only are Africans from different countries not united, Nigerians are not united. Nigerians have 400 different languages and like 300 different tribes. There's no such thing as Nigerian. Godfrey and them would never put me on that show, ever. Because there's no such thing as Nigeria. Exhibit A.
There's this term that I know people are not going to like this, but I don't like the term FBA because I think it is the most separatist term. What it does, it furthers this idea of separation. My father used to tell me, I don't know what all these fuss is about. They are the same people.
He said FBA represents separation, but there's 371 tribes in Nigeria. And his father, Nigerian, said he don't understand this division in a country with 371 tribes. Liars. Nigeria is the biggest example of separation. Just listen to what you're saying. He said he don't like FBA because it represents division, but he got 371 tribes. This is my point, Aunt. He got 371 tribes. Every tribe is a former foundational Black Americans. They got 371 FBAs, different FBAs. They got 371 different foundational Black Africans in Nigeria. And he says FBA represent division in a country that got 371 tribes and on a continent that's got thousands of tribes and thousands of different countries and don't get along. Imagine that. Imagine him talking about FBA represents division and he from Nigeria. Just like this, which means what? Does it mean he's a hater? No, it means he's not intelligent. He's a football player, been ramming his head. He is unintelligent. Because if he was intelligent, he would say, I can't say nothing about FBA because where I'm from, we got 371 tribes if he was intelligent. Am I correct? If he was intelligent, he would say, I cannot say anything about foundational Black Americans because from my country, we have 371 tribes. And in Africa, we got thousands of tribes. So I cannot speak on unity. Africa is the worst example of unity. I'm just showing you. No, they're not all scammers. Okay, come on, man. Don't listen. Don't go and do the same thing they doing. We know that all Africans ain't scammers. When we start saying stuff like that, then we damage our intelligence. All Africans are not scammers. They got scammers there. That's like saying Black Americans is gang members. Let's not do that, okay? Let's not generalize. Like, I can't be making it look super intelligent and technical and direct, and then y'all come and be indirect. No, they're not. There's a small percentage of scammers in Africa, okay, comparatively speaking, okay? Come on. If everybody's a scammer, who they got to scam? You got the scammers and the scammees. There's always more scammees than scammers. Scammers scam the scammees. So if everybody's a scammer, who's getting scammed? There's more people getting scammed than there's people doing the scamming. I mean, I guess. So let's not do the same thing they doing, right? We can't, we got too many people that's claiming they represent foundational Black Americans that's like big ass children and name callers and generalizing, right? So that's where the tethered thing has gone wrong. We have losers that are taking the tethered thing and is making it, when you come and you be ridiculous, you hurt foundational Black Americans, really. When you come with all that clown stuff and all that generalizing, you an enemy to FBA yourself, because you calling yourself FBA, but you ain't covering yourself with no intelligence. You just beefing. And most likely, if you beefing and saying that, 99% of the time, you're not standing for reparations. You in it for the bozo stuff. I already told y'all about that. We got a lot of people that is not into this for reparations or for lineage. They in it to be a bozo, to be name calling, and clown stuff. Clowns. And when it's time to get serious, you ain't gonna be able to depend on them. Because soon as the clown is over, they're going to be gone. They don't want to do no work. They just want a name call. So now you say, okay, let's roll up our sleeves and do work. You got 2,000 people calling names. When we say, let's do some FBA work, you're going to get 20 people. The name callers ain't going to help you do nothing. They ain't in it for the righteous reasons. So that's a whole nother video that, FBA, we got to weed out the name callers. They got to go, because they ain't standing on nothing. They just here for to be clowns. And this is not the circus or the zoo, so please don't come over here being no damn clown, because I'm going to dish you. Don't come over here doing nothing you don't see me doing. You don't see me generalizing nobody. So now you got to come over here with the general, and you got to get in line with the commander-in-chief. You can't come over here and put something that I don't agree with on my channel. If you ain't seen me do that, don't do that on my channel. Make my channel have some dignity and some intelligence. Don't bring that fool shit over here, because you don't see me calling, generalizing no group of people over here. This is not to call Africans and call them names and all. I'm not doing that little boy stuff. Listen, y'all, I'm going to tell you something. Anything you're trying to do, when you get that group is not interested in what you're trying to do. They here for the clown stuff. So you still ain't going to accomplish nothing. At Foundational Black Americans, we trying to accomplish something. So the name callers and the fools, they not going to help us accomplish nothing. But when we accomplish it, the name callers and fools going to come and eat off the accomplishment. They ain't going to push reparations one day. You can get hundreds of thousands of Black men to come over here and name call, but you can't get them to post reparations on none of their social media, because they don't care about reparations. They bozos and they clowns. I don't do bozos over here. So if you here for the name calling and the clowning, go call your mother something. Because there's obviously something wrong with your mother, because she had you. If we're going to call names, we're going to start with your mama. I'm just saying, it's Big Pharaoh. Don't do that on my account. Keep my account intelligent. Okay, keep my account up here. Don't go here, because Big Pharaoh go here. If we're going to get ignorant, I'm going to get too ignorant. I prefer not. I'm going to call you all out your name. Yeah, I'm going to call you out your name and all type of stuff and try to get you to come outside and play. So let's not do that. Keep my conversation where I got it at. Don't come take my conversation where you want to take it. I'm not here. This is not about generalizing Black people in Africa. Like, I'm not doing that. No, Africans ain't no scammers. You got scammers in Africa. Black Americans are not gangbangers. We have Black gangbangers in America. Okay? Jamaicans ain't Batman. But we got bad men in Jamaica. I'm not going to disrespect Jamaicans. We not doing that. Don't make my conversation represent foolishness because you a fool. Okay? This ain't the Food Network. Okay? I don't do fools. That's why it's only 120 people over here, because the fools don't like me. All right? So, one of the reasons that we have opposition to foundational Black America because we begin to keep our resources to ourselves. We begin to want to only hire foundational Black Americans. We begin to look closely and see who's using us. And this is not Black either, because this goes for the Chinese, the Asians, the Hispanics. This is not just FBA against Blacks. This is FBA watching all of these cultures that's coming into the United States, exploiting foundational Black Americans, including African and Caribbean immigrants, all kind of Asians, and stuff like that. You understand? We only want to deal with white Americans. Our hands is full with white Americans trying to exploit us. We ain't got no room for the rest of y'all to come. We can't battle them and you. Okay? And you foreigners that come here, y'all ain't battling white America. The champions on this planet for battling white Americans is Black Americans. We the champions when it comes to racism. Our beaches, we got rid of Black-only beaches years before South Africa. South Africa still had white-only beaches. We are the leaders of civil rights in the world. Foundational Black Americans. We are the leaders of civil rights in the world. In the world. We are the leaders of civil rights in the world. Africa followed our lead. Ask somebody. Africa followed our lead. Foundational Black Americans walked to work for over a year to get the right to sit wherever they want to sit on the bus. For over a year, they walked to work. We set the standard of civil rights and respect for Black people way before Africa, way before the Caribbean, way before the Afro-Mexicans that didn't get their citizenship till about 5, 6, 7 years ago. We set the standard. These people walked over a year. Okay? Now, resources. So that was number 4. The reason people don't like foundational Black Americans, because we begin to control our resources. We start watching who we spend our money with, and they don't like it. They liked it when we was just spending money. The Asians is crying right now, going broke. Right? Right now, the Asians is crying, going broke, because foundational Black Americans is not spending no money with them because they don't respect us. Okay? Now, the 5th reason that foundational Black Americans have opposition is because melanated people, we stop them from pretending they us. Because we had melanated people from all around the world that did their foundational Black American impersonation when it benefited them and turned back African and Caribbean when it don't. And we sick of that too. We sick of you. 1 minute you pretending you me. When it benefits you, And then when it don't benefit you, you turn against me. Now you Ghanaian. Now you African. Now you all this other stuff. But you came to this country because of me, because of MLK, because of the opportunity we created. None of y'all came here doing the fight in the racist South, right? You didn't see Africans fighting to get over here when my mama and daddy was little. My mom and daddy was born in the 30s. I'm not going to let nobody disrespect them. My mom and daddy was born in the 30s. Ain't no Africans or nobody helped my mom and daddy. Y'all ain't did nothing for us. We did all this by ourselves. You couldn't even come over here. So we not doing all that. That's why I'm so valuable, because I got the age on me. So you can say anything to young people, but you can't talk stupid to me and make up stuff with me. Because I know how long we've been here. I know what we've been through. I know you brand new. No, so you can't be coming over here and you don't got no background, no history. You're talking to young blacks that might not got no skin in the game. But me, I remember when y'all got here. Every group. I remember when you got here. Okay? So we're not going to play crazy. All right? I don't believe in being anti, but I don't believe in people pretending they're you when it benefits them, right? And then when it don't benefit them, turning back to whatever they are. And black immigrants are notorious for that. They're notorious for coming to the United States, pretending they us 1 minute, and then the next minute, when it don't benefit them, they back whatever they is. We really don't have no real allies. And that's what I'm trying to tell Foundation of Black Americans. We don't have any allies, okay? None. I'm not saying hate other people. I'm not saying hate other black people, but they are not your ally. Okay? Those are not your allies. They're not. Those are not our allies. We don't have any allies. We don't have any. We on our own. We have no black allies. We get nothing from blacks. Nothing do we get from blacks. Blacks around the country, around the world, all they do is eat off of us when they can. We can't depend on them at all. We cannot depend on other blacks. Get that straight right now. We cannot. Okay? I'm not saying hate them. I'm saying don't focus on them at all. Don't focus on them. I'm not saying hate them. But I'm telling you right now, stop focusing on the other blacks. They are of no benefit to us. Okay? None. No benefit. It's a waste of time. Foundational Black Americans, it's a waste of time debating them and arguing with them. Don't argue with them. Don't debate with them. It's a waste of time. We need to focus on just us. I'm not pushing hate. I'm pushing the reality. That we need to focus on ourselves. The beefing with them is a distraction. It's not going to get us nowhere. It's not going to get us nowhere. Okay? I'm against beefing with black immigrants. It's a waste of time. This is something we got to stop doing. Okay? It's a waste of time. I'm going to just tell you. Why would you waste time with that? Also, Black Unity Global, it's a waste of time. Do not spend any of your time with black globalism. It's a waste of time, especially Africa. Don't waste your time with Africa. Why I say don't waste your time with Africa? Because if Africa, right, can't fix Africa, if 1 billion Africans can't fix Africa, what can 50 million people do? Like, seriously, like not being disrespectful, just in terms of business and military. If they got 54 countries and foreigners run a lot of it, and they got a whole bunch of tribes, and a lot of them is running to Europe and running to America, we can't help them. We only 50 million. They're a distraction. When they jump into your conversations, block them or ignore them, because it's a distraction. Let them go figure it out. Let them figure it out. The Haitians got to figure it out. We can't help them. So they can cry me a river, but I cannot help you. I speak for foundational Black Americans in America. We have nothing to do with ICE. We have nothing to do with you being deported. Shut up talking to us. That's what I would tell the Haitians. I speak for a lot of foundational Black American men. We handle our problems outside. There's no need for that, so just leave us alone. That's it. And go figure out your problem between you and the government. We cannot help you, and we are not hurting you. We have nothing to do with Donald Trump throwing you out, okay? Leave us alone. We have nothing to do with it. And so it's getting ridiculous, it's getting corny, it's getting tired. We have nothing to do with it. Haitians got to look in the mirror and check themselves before they wreck themselves. Trump, that's y'all's man. To the Haitians, that's y'all's man. Handle your business. It looks like y'all got a problem between the ones of y'all that was Haitians for Trump and the ones getting deported. It seemed like that's something y'all got to handle. Because some of y'all got y'all deported. Haitians got Haitians deported. Haitians helped put Trump in office and got Haitians deported. Go deal with it. What you talking to us for? In 2024, it was Haitians for Trump. See, all this foolishness, and Black Americans, don't waste your time talking to them when they had Haitians for Trump. Ignore them. They showing you they phony. If you got Haitians for Trump, they ain't supposed to be saying nothing to nobody. So why would y'all respond? Stop talking to people. They show you they full of shit. They voted for him, a lot of them. But they ain't saying nothing to their own people. You do not see them saying Haitians voted for Trump and now Haitians being kicked out. I ain't seen one of them say that. They ain't telling the truth. Their own people voted for the person that's throwing them out. How they skipping over that? Explain that. So Haitians, shut up and go deal with the Haitians for Trump. What you talking to us for? On everything. We don't got nothing to do. Haitians got more to do with Haitians being thrown out than we do. Trump was y'all friend. Foundation of Black Americans was voting for Harris or not voting at all. We was either sitting it out or Harris. It was only a few Black Americans that voted for Trump. We didn't like no Trump like that. I didn't like Trump until he started throwing y'all out. That's when I said, okay, he kind of cool. Get them haters out of here. Because I'm not standing up for anybody that would do me the same way. I am confident that if the Trump administration was throwing out Foundation of Black Americans, Black immigrants would cheer and be happy to get our position. That's a fact. I'll tell any Black immigrant to their face. I am confident that if the shoe was on the other foot, that Black immigrants would be happy to get our position, to get our homes, to get our jobs. They wouldn't give a damn if America was throwing us out. I'll tell any Black immigrant to their face, Jamaican, Trinidad, and Haitian, any kind of Africa, I'll tell you to your face, that if the shoe was on the other foot, you would be trying to take my stuff. You'll be trying to take my homes. You'll be trying to move into areas that we left abandoned. You'd be cheering. Haitians would be cheering if they was throwing us out. That's a fact. That Black immigrants have always been an op. They've never been an ally for us. Never. They've always looked at us and always competed against us. They've been the worst brothers and sisters you could ever have. They like the Hebrew Israelites that put Joseph in a hole and he ended up in Egypt. That's what you Black immigrants are like to me. You're sellouts and you're haters, and you're not Black like that. That African that was talking all that, we are the same people. He know damn well he don't like Black Americans, and he know damn well he don't like other Africans. He know that. He know he don't like other Africans. Godfrey is phony because he was our friend until he found more Africans to get around. When Godfrey was out there by himself and there was a lot of Africans on social media, he didn't have no African allies, he was our friend. As soon as he said, oh, it's Africans I can get on the African, okay, he started going against us. Show his true colors. Godfrey only dealt with us when he felt like he didn't have no African allies. As soon as Godfrey found some African allies, he turned on us. And what I want Godfrey to know, you got to stay over there. Don't come back. Don't come back. We ain't going to do nothing to you physically because I don't promote violence. We just ain't messing with you socially at all. If it's up to me, no foundational Black Americans should listen to your comedy, click on your comedy, or go to your shows. We should boycott Godfrey totally. Let him get an African audience. Yeah. Get an African audience. Stop using us. Yeah, you a snake. Godfrey is a snake. You see how he flip-flops? As soon as they got the 154 show, he started talking totally different. Can't trust him. Okay? So, the fourth reason they don't like us is because we keep more resources to ourselves. So let's go back. This is a long list. Get comfortable. One is less support for Black power babblers like Cyrus Susan said. FBA then pull the rug from nobody want to hear all that fake Black power stuff. He ain't Black and he ain't power. Two, it makes less interest in Pan-Africanism. We ain't panning to no damn Africa. Because once we start identifying as foundational Black Americans, Africans start showing their true colors. Why would I go over there with some haters? Not all of them. But if I'm trying to build my own stuff, why am I going to go to Africa? So for foundational Black Americans, if Africa ain't talking about doing no business, don't talk to me. If Ghana ain't trying to send us no chocolate, trying to send us no nut, those old Pan-African days is over. Africa, listen to me. If you ain't sending no natural resources, we don't want to talk. We don't want to be friends. We want to do business. And if Africans can't send us no natural resources, then you're worthless. Okay, Africans? You are brothers and sisters, but if you can't send us, right? If you can't send us no natural resources, there ain't nothing to talk about. Where the bag? Where the money? Send some cocoa over here. Send some chocolate. Send some gold, something, iron, something, cotton, something to the Africans. We don't want to talk to you. We'll do business, but the talking days for foundational Black Americans is over. We doing our business from this point on. I'm finna get these young brothers on their bag. Don't you get your ass on this internet talking and then get off the internet. Light bill due, gas bill due, and stuff like that. When I get on the internet, I'm not going to let you forget your bills due. I'm not going to let you put your whole man into this internet. Actually, that's why I don't got a lot of viewers, because I take your man off the internet. I have you think about what you need to do when you log off of this conversation. Okay, we need to have some babies. We need to have a strong family. We need to get some money. We need to open some businesses. And we need to spend with our own people and stop spending money with people that's going to send out the country. You spend with a Jamaican, your money gone. You spend with Africa, you're going to send it to Africa. Spend with foundational Black Americans or whites. Spend with white people or foundational Black Americans, because white people are going to spend the money back in America. They're not sending the money to Germany. They're not sending the money to Ireland. They're not sending the money to Russia. They're going to spend the money here. And as long as somebody's spending the money here, you can get the money. As long as it's here, you can get some of it. But these foreigners, especially these Black foreigners, don't spend no money with them, because your money gone. It's not going to circulate in the country. It's going to go to Jamaica. It's going to go somewhere else. It ain't going to benefit Americans. The only ally we got is white Americans. We have no Black allies. Period. And Sarasu said he cannot tell me I'm wrong because he's on YouTube, and YouTube is white. And them white people on YouTube is paying them. White people is helping me make money right now. White Americans run YouTube. When these commercials run and all that, that's white America putting money in my pocket. Facts. I'm the realest nigga alive. I keep it real. YouTube is white, and the white people that run YouTube is helping me get money. And I love them. Okay? I love the people over at Google and the people on YouTube. Okay, love them. Some bust African, they help me doing something. I don't hate you, but I don't love you. I love my woman, but I don't love you. I don't even know you. And if you ain't talking about getting no money together, I won't talk to you. No, when I was outside, the only dudes I hung with was the ones who was getting money. I never hung out. I just got off the phone with one of my boys. He's going through a lot in the hospital, and he'll tell you. The only people we hung out was the ones getting money. We didn't hang out with you if you wasn't getting no money. If you couldn't help put no money in our pocket and no money to help fix our family, we not hanging out. To the young black man watching me, if they not helping you get the money, stop hanging out with losers. Start hanging out with other young black men or middle-aged black men that's going to help put some money in your pocket. Not nobody that's going to make you be spending money. Them days is over. It's over. It's a wrap. It's over with, okay? Big Pharaoh telling you it's over. All that's over. It's over. It's over. All that's done. 2027, we got a new attitude. How does song go? I got a new attitude. That's what we own, young black man, young black woman. If it don't make dollars, it don't make no goddamn sense. If we're going to hang out, we're going to hang out with our baby mama, our girlfriend, and our children, our grandchildren, and our relatives. That's it. If we hang out with anybody else, there got to be some money. I ain't standing around Sarah say talking about no red, black, or green. Now, if people want to get together and we get some money, he can call me. But if he just want to sit around and holler about Africa, then he can stay a stupid ass over there and holler about Africa. But if he want to get some money, all's forgiven, we could get a bag. That's it. That's the future to the young black man, okay? So that's the fourth thing. The fifth thing is it stops melanated people from pretending they us when it's convenient. So delineation stops people from doing a fake Black American skit like Godfrey that did his whole fake Black American comedy thing and then be African when he want to be African and then be us when he want to be us. Delineation ends that. No, Godfrey, you are not us and you'll never be us. You'll always be some African. Fine, we ain't against Africans, but you not one of us. Period. Just because we say you're not one of us don't mean we hate you. We just want a clear border. Okay? Because people are pretending they us when it benefit them. But when it don't benefit them, now they African, now they Jamaican, now they something else. But when it benefit them, they my brother, right? So number 6, we're going to be here for a minute because I got a long list. Number 6, the reason so many people right? The reason so many people is opposed to foundational Black Americans is because it reveals how many people, Black people in the diaspora, never liked us. Once we start identifying and delineating and identifying ourselves as foundational Black Americans, that hate just jumped off of them. I was like, oh, you never liked us. You was pretending the whole time. Because somebody that likes you don't flip like that because you choose an identity. They be like, all right, my brother, I got love for my Black American brother. Now he say he foundational Black American. Right on, brother, foundational Black American brother. No, it didn't go like that. All of a sudden, you hate me. You've been hating me. Identifying ourselves as foundational Black Americans has shown how much that a lot of Black immigrants never liked us. And once they found out that they couldn't pretend they us and benefit pretending they us and that we want to draw a clear line in the sand that we is this and they is that, all the hate came out. Because now they can't use us. Now they got to stand on what they own. They've been able to be black when it's beneficial and Ghanaian when it's not. No, black people this and black people that. Next video, Ghanaians. So 1 minute they saying black when it benefit them. This is what the Africans and the Caribbeans been doing. When it benefit them, it's black people, black this, black that. Then they turn around, Jamaicans this and Jamaicans that. Ghanaians this and Ghanaians that. Nigerians this. Wait, I thought we was black. No, I'm Nigerian. Well, stop calling yourself black. So they be able to call themselves black when it's convenient and be Nigerian when it ain't convenient. That's why they don't like foundational black Americans, because we not black. We FBA. See, they could all say they black. I'm telling you why they really mad. Because they was all using black. Godfrey, that black football player owned, this is why they mad. Because we took away them being able to use black to pretend they us or that they allies of us and not use it. Now they cannot pretend they us at all. We FBA, we not black. They don't like that. This what's really going on. This part here. Okay? Number 6. This is number 6. This is the main reason they don't like it. Because they've been able to say they black. They've been able to be with us when they want to and not when they don't have to. They be able to be black and Nigerian, black and Jamaican. When it benefit them, they black. I'm black, we all black. When it don't benefit them, they Nigerian, they Jamaican. Well, now I'm not black. I'm foundational black American. Don't call me black. So now they can't pretend they us. They can't say they foundational black Americans. This is the number one reason they don't like FBA. Because they can never be FBA. They can jump back and forth and be African and black, Jamaican and black, Caribbean, and they can jump back and forth. They could jump back and forth. This the main thing. The reason there's resistance against foundational black Americans. Because if your mama is some other, you ain't FBA. Your mama or your daddy is, but not you. If your parents is mixed, right? If my mama was from Africa and my daddy from something else, I'm not FBA. If my mom from America, my mama FBA, but I'm not. So if you mix, you're not FBA. The only one that FBA is whatever one of your family members is really FBA. But once that FBA person had a baby by somebody else, that baby is not a foundational black American. That baby's due reparations from the FBA side, but that baby's not FBA. That baby's not a foundational black American. Not at all. I got 6 kids and 4 of them is FBA. My other 2 sons, their mother's granddaddy, their mother's daddy was like black and Mexican. They not FBA. They still get a percentage of reparations from my side, but not from their mama's side. My other kids get all their reparations from both sides. This ain't got nothing to do with love and stuff. This is delineation, ain't got nothing to do with love and all. Delineation is, hey, if you Mexican and Italian, you Mexican and Italian. You not Mexican. You're not Mexican. That don't mean hate. That don't mean you're less than or nothing. But you're Mexican and Italian. That's fine. But if Mexicans supposed to get $100,000 each, you only supposed to get 50. That's all. You still gonna get the money from the Mexican side. It's not like hate, and people trying to make like delineation is not hate. If I'm a Jamaican, I'm a Jamaican. That's not hate because I'm a Jamaican. That's not hate because I'm a foundational Black American. That's not hate. That's just describing what I am. Why is foundational Black American hate, but Jamaican ain't hate? German ain't hate. Irish ain't hate. Trinidadian ain't hate. Why they not hated for being something specific? Why, if we something specific, is hate? You know why? Because the whole world want to use us. They don't want us to have no specific identification, especially the Black world. They want to be able to pretend they us. And now that we identifying ourselves, they mad. No, you're not FBA. So they mad because what? We took away the word Black. Foundational Black Americans have destroyed the identification of Black. Black is gone. They was using us to keep the identification Black alive. We was the only ones that was Black. The only people in this planet that was Black was foundational Black Americans. Jamaicans was Jamaicans. Trinidadians was, everybody else was delineated except us. We was the only Blacks that wasn't delineated. Tell me I'm lying. The only Blacks on this whole planet that wasn't delineated was Black Americans, foundational Black Americans. We was the only one that was just Black. Nobody else is Black. Tell me I'm lying. Who else is Black? Name me another person, another group on this planet that's Black. Nobody on this planet is Black. Nobody but us. We was the only ones Black. Jamaicans wasn't Black, they was Jamaicans. Nigerians were never Black, they was Nigerians. Ethiopians were never been Black, they Ethiopians. Anybody can come and become a citizen, be a Black American. That ain't delineation. Because American is citizenship. American ain't lineage. See, American is citizenship. So that's why we needed lineage. Lineage is foundational, is the lineage. See, America is not a lineage. That's why white Americans now are calling themselves, if they've been here the whole time, they ain't white Americans no more. They call themselves heritage white Americans, meaning they the whites that been here. See, there ain't nobody talk about the whites doing the same thing we doing. Nobody talking about them. They delineated from white people too. They said, we not no white dude that came from Spain and became an American. He's a white American. We heritage white Americans. Did y'all know that? It ain't got as big as us. Did y'all know that? You don't see no black people talking about that. It's brand new. They copying us. They said that's a good idea. Look, the delineation of heritage white Americans involved tracing their ancestral origins primarily to Europe alongside legal and social definitions that have evolved significantly since the founding of the United States. Oh my soul. Why ain't nobody complaining about them? Why ain't nobody complaining about the heritage white Americans? Huh? Why ain't nobody complaining about that? Yeah, they delineate and they realize, hey, anybody can call themselves white American. White folks say, you know what? These black Americans are smart. They say they got a point. I don't want nobody coming over here saying they're a white American. My daddy fought in the Civil War. My daddy fought in the Civil War. They want to distinguish the whites that fought in the Civil War and the Revolutionary War from a white that came here in the 80s. They're like, you came here in the 80s. Cool. You's a white American. But I'm a heritage white American. My family go back to the Revolutionary War, back to the 1800s. So now we've changed it. If you ain't in the 1800s census and you can't trace your family back to that, you ain't the original Americans. You ain't no foundational black American and you ain't no heritage white American. You could be a white American, you could be a black American, but you ain't foundational. You got here in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, whatever. You're not me though. No, we on some Kendrick Lamar. Da 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 da. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. So it ain't about hate, it's about identifying your place. Since 1526. We need some black shirts like that. You understand? We identifying ourselves. It's not hate, right? So that's number 6. It reveals how many people in the diaspora never liked us anyway. Number 7, it makes us spend money with ourselves instead of spending with people that don't even like us. This is another problem they got. Another problem they got is that we are spending money with ourselves based on delineation. We are paying attention to our money because delineation makes you an American by heritage for a long time. So now you become pro-American. You start looking at money circulating in America. So now you don't want money necessarily leaving America. That money needs to circulate, and that money shouldn't leave America unless natural resources coming in. If we send you money out of America, oil need to be coming in, iron need to be coming in, gold need to be coming in, chocolate, cotton, resources need to be coming in. We don't be wanting to send no money out the country and it's just gone. That's going to make us get poorer and poorer as American citizens. So delineation makes us spend with ourselves instead of spending with a whole bunch of people that don't even like us. We starting to look at these ages like, you know what? We're going to have to put these black women in these beauty shops and stuff. And I'll be talking about that later on this week. It's time to invest in the community again. It's time for the black man to go get this bag and go get this woman a beauty shop, a bar. He need to open up barber shops. It's time for our kids to have candy stores. Oh, you want your first job? Daddy gonna get you a candy store, which is gonna make us step our game up with security, because we can't have no stores because our own people coming in there robbing the store and unaliving the people running the store. So this is gonna make us step our whole game up. Our security gang gonna go through the roof, because we're gonna have to protect the bag, and we're gonna have to really stand on the necks of our own people destroying the community and robbing in front of their own people. It's got to be a serious penalty for that. We got to make that not appealing. We got to make that kind of go bad. You know, you can't be running around here robbing your own people. I'm going to just tell you. There needs to be penalties when you get to the penitentiary for that. They should be waiting on you when you get there. That's got to be a violation. All right. Number 8. Delineation and FBA reveals that the Africans in Africa don't even like each other. Once we start seeing the Africans complain about our delineation, we start looking at them more closely. And we said, you know, it ain't like y'all get along in Africa. Shut up, minding our business. So it exposed Black Africans as a bunch of haters in Africa. Well, we got Godfrey and 154 talk about us. They ain't talking about all the hate in their own continent. With all the hate in Africa, ain't they got other stuff to talk about besides foundational Black Americans? Why is they ignoring the tribalism and the xenophobia in Africa? Because that should be the biggest conversation they have. And if they really represent 154, their biggest subject should be xenophobia in Africa and xenophobia around the world. Because Africans is all over the world beefing. I'm going to be interviewing a brother next week, or maybe this weekend, that be in Africa all the time. He's going to break it down. Africans is in countries all over Europe fighting against each other, fighting. Different African tribes all over Europe at bars fighting each other. They bring their tribalism around the world. I swear to God, look it up. Everywhere they go, they beefing. You come here to Chicago, Africans don't like each other. The Nigerians with the Nigerians, the Ethiopians with the Ethiopians, the Ghanaians, they don't get along. But yet people telling us we are Black people, but they never tell Africans they are Black people. Why do you keep telling foundational Black Americans that we are Black people, but you never tell the blackest continent in the world that they are Black people? Go tell them that. Because they just chased out other Black people from South Africa right now. They beefing. The one lady, they chased the Ghanaians and Nigerians out of South Africa, and now the South African female singer, she can't go to Ghana, and she can't go to the countries that they chased them out. She can't go to Ghana and Nigeria because the South Africans chased out the Ghanaians and Nigerians. So the South African singer, she banned in Nigeria and Ghana because South Africa threw them out. Hold on. South African singer, she paying. I be seeing everything. They talking about is none. I just seen it. What you mean ain't none? They say she not formally banned, but she is quietly removed from Legos from upcoming, right? So she, listen, look, they say she not banned, she just can't come here. Boy, the internet is funny. Look, Grammy-winning South African singer Tyler was not formally banned by the Nigerian government, but she quietly removed Lagos from her upcoming A-Pop World Tour after facing intense online boycott campaigns and petitions from Nigeria's social media users over xenophobic tensions in South Africa. So she not formally banned. She not officially banned. Okay. Boy, the internet is something else. They're like, no, Pharaoh, she not banned. She not banned, Pharaoh. She not really banned. She not formally banned, Pharaoh. Pharaoh, she not formally banned. She just can't come here. You know, hey, yo, this is too much. This internet is so fun. Hey, they just told me, Google just told me, Pharaoh, stop lying. She is not formally banned. She just can't come here. Boy, you can't. Woo-wee. Woo-wee. So, FBA has exposed how they don't like each other. You know what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? That's why I'm telling foundational Black Americans, this ain't about disliking nobody. This is just about doing your own thing and getting respect. And if you got to go hard with somebody, you got to go hard. We got to go hard with the Black diaspora because they haven't been dealing with us correctly. They want to call us Black, but they still Nigerian or some tribe. They want to call us Black, but they never Black. We the only ones that's Black. They keep calling us Black. Why the Jamaicans ain't Black? Why the Africans ain't Black? No, he not Black. He Ethiopian. He Nigerian. He Ghanaian. He South African. And we Black. So everybody can be us when it's convenient. Everybody could be Black, and we got to be Black like everybody. But then they can turn back into Ghanaians. That's what's been going on. Blacks around the world, they could be Black when it's beneficial, and then they could be Jamaican. But we got to be Black all the time. So that means if we Black all the time, they could be with us and be Black, then they could turn back Nigerian. They could be with us and be Black, they could turn back Ghanaian. And we just got to stay Black. This is what's going on. So that's why they mad that we foundational Black American, because they can't be foundational Black American, but they could be Black. So we took away Black immigrants' ability to be us when it's convenient. That is what they really don't. That's the real reason they don't like the term foundational Black American. Black allow Black immigrants to be Black when it was beneficial and be whatever they are when it's not beneficial. We have to sit there and wait on them. Okay, whenever y'all want to be Black, come and be with us. It's okay, we with y'all because it's Black. Okay, we not y'all. Y'all not us. I'm Nigerian. Y'all not us. I'm Ghanaian. Y'all not us. I'm Liberian. I'm Jamaican. I'm Trinidadian. Oh, we having problems with white people? Okay, we'll be Black with y'all now. That's what they was doing. Now we foundational Black American. You can't never be that. That's the real reason that the diaspora don't like the identification foundational Black Americans. Now they can't pretend they us. at all. They try to name it a hate group because they uneducated, and FBA is not a group. There's no group of FBA. There's no FBA is a lineage. It's a lineage. There's no difference between foundational Black American and Nigerian. If foundational Black American is a group, then Nigerian is a group. Then Ethiopian is a group. Then Jamaican is a group. No, they're not trying to label it as a group. They're trying to deny us any respect. They know it's not a group. They're trying to deny us being something. They don't want us to be something specific. That's what they are showing us. They never liked us. Black immigrants never liked us. They've never been our friends. Because if you liked us and we said we was foundational Black Americans, you'll be like, cool. That's like being Nigerian. But no, they don't like it because they can't use that. They can't use the word Black. We took the word Black away from them. There's no more Black people. We're not Black people no more. So you can't be a Black people when you get ready and not be. And they can't say we're a hate group when they down there attacking each other in South Africa. The Africans are the hate groups in South Africa, in Ethiopia, in Nigeria. That's the hate group. Those are the ones going to war. Those are the ones tribal war that's going to war. They don't want that revealed either. Listen, Foundation Black America, don't let these Africans fool you. Africans are constantly unaliving Africans, okay? Africans have hate groups. There's Africans that's practicing Islam that's attacking African Christian farmers in Nigeria right now, okay? The Africans have hate groups. Facts. The Africans have hate groups. The Africans have tribal wars. The Africans can't tell nobody about hate. Africans hate Africans. Okay? Africans do not like Africans. Africans don't even identify as Africans. Africans is tribal. And what's the reggae song? Tribal war, we don't want no more of that. You ain't never heard of, the only war you ever heard of is tribal war. And who got a whole bunch of tribes? So they want to call a lineage a group. So when you see Black Africans and Black immigrants say that FBA is a lineage, this also shows why they come here, because their educational system ain't that great. Because you know how dumb you got to be to think a lineage is a group? Instead of saying FBA is a group, just say you stupid. You know, just get to the nitty gritty. I'm stupid, and I think a lineage identity is a group. Because a group means that I can call some other FBAs. We don't know each other. We don't have FBA meetings. There's no FBA meetings. There's no FBA church. There's no FBA like organization. Where's the FBA organization? How you a group? You don't got no organization. You don't got no place where the group meet up. Where the FBA meet up? Because I done missed all the damn meetings. See, this is what I'm saying. You know why they say we a hate group? Because they a hate group. Because they don't like the fact that we don't want to be identified with you. We don't want to be identified with you. Period. You be you and we be us. And don't tell us we can't be us while you being you. Can't no goddamn Nigerian or no African Ghanaian none tell me I can't be FBA while he a Ghanaian. Because then is, well, why your black ass ain't just an African? According to the Africans that don't like it, that we shouldn't call ourselves FBA. Why don't Africans call themselves Africans? Africans do not call themselves Africans. Nigerians is Nigerian. What's the difference in Nigerian and foundational Black American? Put that in the chat. Some African, some slow-ass African. Put it in the chat. Tell me the difference between identifying as a Nigerian and identifying as foundational Black American. Because you say we should be Black. I say you should be African then. Why your black ass ain't African? You in Africa. Why you ain't in Africa? Why you a Ghanaian? Why you a Zulu? Why you Ethiopian? Why you Eritrean? According to Africans that don't like foundational Black Americans, y'all should be Africans. Checkmate. Anywhere I say that in front of an international audience, they would say he is 100% correct. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't be reading a bunch of stupid stuff. And you with songs and all that, you need to be in the church praying to God, okay? All that, I'm not reading all that weirdo. I'm not reading that, okay? It says, man, thank God it's over. Yeah, thank God I blocked you and it's over. You got the right title. Thank God you got your goof ass out of here. Thank God you was banned. You got the right name. Thank God it's over. Your typing. Thank God your typing is over. You got the right title. His name, thank God it's over. Yeah, thank God I could block you. You right about that. Thank God I can get your goofy ass out of here. You got the right name. Because everybody be glad they can get rid of you. Everybody agree with you. Thank God they can get your monkey ass out of here. You know what I'm saying? You got the right name. Thank God you gone. Right? So, the other thing, 8 is Foundational Black American reveals that those in Africa don't even like each other. Africans can't say nothing about no foundational Black American. What can Africans say? Africans hate each other. You know what I'm saying? Seriously. The only people been able to work with Africans is foundational Black Americans been working with the South Africans. But the South Africans can't work with them other Africans. They work with us. Look it up. South African businesses are starting new businesses with foundational Black Americans, starting businesses from scratch with foundational Black Americans. You know why? Because we not coming there with no tribalism. When I come and do business with you, I'm just doing business. I'm not coming to represent no tribe. But Africans is tribal, so they don't get along. They can't never just be people. They always, whatever they is, they never just humans. They always booba booba tribe or whatever, always. They always a Zulu. A Zulu gonna always be a Zulu. That's great. You say no African. I got a little African in me. I could put a little African in you, though. Cutie pie. I could get you some African, though. I got a little African I can share with you. Hey, I got a little bit of African I can share with you, cutie pie. I'm glad you're over here, sweetheart. You look great. The next thing is being a foundational Black American, it makes the U.S. government put a closer eye on non-FBA Blacks, and it could create deportation. Yeah, I always like to make the females feel extra beautiful. So I don't really be flirting. I got this thing where I like to make the Black woman feel she's the most beautiful woman in the world. So I always go out my way to say how beautiful she is, how attractive she is, but I don't do it personally. I only do it for the ego boost up their ego. I'm not a cockhound in real life. In real life, I probably wouldn't say nothing but hi. So, one reason they don't like the concept of foundation of Black Americans is it puts a spotlight on non-FBA. It makes the government say, okay, these are foundational Black America. Well, who's all these blacks? Okay, what? Okay, we might need to get rid of them. That's what's going on. They're gonna look at the other blacks and they're gonna say, we know what foundational Black Americans brought to the table. Okay, how many of y'all is over here? How many of them over here? You start counting numbers. How many Nigerians over here? How many Ethiopians over here? Oh, it's too many of them. We need more foundational Black Americans. We need to make more room for them. They real Americans. We can't trust, you can't trust immigrants. The only immigrants you could trust was the old immigrants that was coming to build the country, that was coming to bake the cake. But you can't trust nobody to come after the cake get baked. You can't trust nobody you done decorated the house for the party and they come afterwards. And so the government are not really going to trust no Johnny-come-lately immigrants. Because a lot of times the difference between foundational Black Americans and immigrants is foundational Black Americans is Americans. And immigrants still love their country they came from. The difference between immigrants in 2026 compared to white immigrants originally is when the white immigrants came here, they really formulated this country with the blacks that was here. So it's really theirs. They was here to go through all the struggles. The Irish called hell in this country. The Italians called hell in this country. Don't think it was sweet, because the dominated country always mistreated the other countries. So whichever white country dominated, when the other white country came, they called hell. Okay? So one good thing really to see that I think all hold on. I think one movie that Black Americans should surely watch, seriously, one movie that will help you a whole lot, that all Black Americans, foundational Black Americans should watch, Gangs of New York. and make your children watch it. If you want to really learn some real U.S. history, you should watch Gangs of New York. It's one of the best movies. If you're an American citizen, this is a must watch. Seriously. Especially for foundational Black Americans. This is going to show you the setting. It's going to show you how the white people was fighting against each other in the start of this country. This is one of the best movies you could watch. I'm telling you. Once you watch this movie, you'll understand a lot about this country. When you see how those different white ethnic groups was warring heavy. They wasn't white yet. They wasn't white. No. They wasn't white. It took a long time before they became white. They wasn't no white people. They was different groups. These are the heritage Americans, the white heritage Americans. This is them. Make sure you watch this movie. Because if you don't watch this movie and you're a foundational Black American, you ain't going to really understand the dynamic of the situation. You're not going to really understand. It's real heavy. I kid you not. I bet it's going to be quiet. I bet you ain't nobody going to say nothing too much. It's just going to be quiet. Man, Zorro, once you watch that, foundational Black American is going to make a lot of sense. Because I'm going to be honest with you. There's a couple gangster pictures that'll help you too. Like Once Upon a Time in America and all that. But if I had to pick one movie that would really help you understand America, I would pick this one. This, our foundational Black Americans, this should be a requirement for you to know what foundational Black Americans is doing and what you coming behind. I kid you not. It's one of the best movies you could ever watch. If I had to pick like 20 great movies, this is probably going to be in the first 10, for sure in the first 15. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Because when I watched it, I was in disbelief of what I was watching. I was like, oh, I don't know no history. That's what it felt like. Oh, I don't know. I don't even know. They don't tell this history right here. They don't tell about how them different Europeans was beefing heavy. So now when you watch that, and then you go see Bugs Moran against Al Capone, now you're going to understand why they was beefing. That beef come all the way back from here. Then you're going to understand the Jewish mob, the Italian mob, the Irish mob. If you don't know this movie, you ain't going to understand the Roaring Twenties and the gangster. You ain't going to understand the gangster period. And then if you don't understand that, you ain't going to understand the black gangsters. If you don't understand that. If you don't understand that movie, you're not going to have a clear perspective on foundational Black Americans. You're not. you're not going to understand it. You got to watch that movie to understand Foundation of Black Americans. If you don't watch that movie, you ain't going to understand this movie. You can't. If you don't understand that movie. If you don't understand this movie, you're not going to understand this movie or this movie. You ain't going to understand. Which all three of these you must watch. You must watch Gangs of New York. You must watch you must watch Black Caesar. Okay? If you Foundational Black America, you need to watch Black Caesar and you need to watch Hell Up in Harlem. Absolutely. If you are Foundational Black America. These are the three movies you should watch. Gangs of New York, Black Caesar, and Hell Up in Harlem. Facts. And you will understand delineation. You will understand the whole United States on everything. And there's others. All the gangster movies, all the old gangster movies, if you want to understand Foundational Black Americans, you need to watch all of those because all of those are based on ethnic groups. But them three right there put you on the right track. Those three right there will put you on the right track. Seriously. I kid you not. Those movies is definitely a must watch. And then you'll have a good, strong concept of what you all are dealing with. I kid you not. Watch those. The next thing, 9 makes the U.S. government put a closer eye on non-FBA blacks and increases the possibility of deportation because it puts black immigrants under the microscope to see are they a benefit or a minus. As long as they can hide under us, they can get credit for what we did. But once the government separate our accomplishments and really look at black immigrants on their own, have they been beneficial to the country like they've been claiming? Or are they claiming everything we did? Have black immigrants been beneficial? When you really look at it? Are they, or is that cap? Because I say they've been capping. I say black immigrants is lying and capping. I don't believe they did nothing what they've been claiming to me. By the time they got here, hey, the table was already set. They came in here using our inventions. What you done did? Blame is claiming you done did all these great things. What? You come into the country using our inventions, what we invented in this country. What you invent? What black immigrants invent over here to make the country better? what they brought to the table, because I don't see nothing that black immigrants did. To me, black immigrants made life worse for foundational black Americans because they was willing to work for cheaper money. They messed our wages up, them and Mexicans. I think black immigrants and Mexicans ruined the job market for workers. That's what I think. I think in corporate America, I guarantee you, the black that got good jobs in corporate America, I guarantee you they took less than the black Americans would have took. America used black immigrants to undercut and Hispanic immigrants to undercut the workforce, to pay less. That's what they did. I'm telling you, they're not going to pay an African what they're going to pay us. So they're going to hire you. That's why all them Africans is getting them movie jobs, them roles in them movies. They paying them less. They got to pay Samuel L. Jackson and Denzel and them, but they could get some dude from Africa and let him do the role for a third of the money. Got him playing all our great inventors and all our great black history, ain't paying them nothing. That's why I don't like seeing immigrants do our movies and play our characters in movies, especially people that don't like us. I seen the one little dude, he in a movie, he was talking crazy to black Americans. The dude from the immigrant up there in England, talking all disrespectful and all crazy. Yeah, they use them to bust our unions. Yes. No, we're not going to watch none of that stuff. They trying to do Black Panther now. I ain't watching that. It's trash. I ain't watching it. Sell it in Africa. Sell it to black immigrants. I ain't watching that. I'm not watching that. I ain't watching it. No slave labor, cheap labor for a movie. You don't want to pay. They ain't gonna go and undercut no big white actors and hire no white foreigners. I bet you that in no big movie. I bet you that. They gonna put their top paying white actors and actresses in them movies. But in our movies, they'll go get some African and don't pay them nothing, underpay them, or some Caribbean and underpay them. And they be like, yes, sir, boss, I'll be glad to do it. I ain't lying. I ain't going to watch that Black Panther trash. They come out, but it's in Africa. All right, well, go sell it in Africa and shoot it in Africa. But I ain't watching it because it ain't about where you from. It's about pay. Y'all undercutting the pay. That was the whole reason that the economical system brought in immigrants, to pay less. Bring you in, let you pick the fruit and vegetables. Bring you in so that you don't got to pay Americans. They use immigrants so they don't got to pay. In all positions. When they bring a black dude into corporate America, he ain't going to make nowhere close to the white dudes. You know, when you work in corporate America, you know if you discuss your salary with somebody, find out they fire you. See, when I came out of high school, I went straight into corporate America. I went straight, I worked downtown. I worked straight for a stock exchange. I was working where the big money was at. They tell you straight up, you cannot disclose your salary because they don't want you to know this person making triple the amount of what you making and y'all doing the same job. Facts. In the door. They want you to know that. Right? So, foundational Black Americans' identity and lineage, it makes the U.S. government put a closer eye on non-FBA Blacks, increases their possibility of deportation. Another thing, the reason for opposition to FBA, it makes the government give FBAs our tax money so other blacks can't live off our hard work. So it's going to, foundational Black Americans is going to make it where you're not going to get no free 7 years, no taxes. It puts a spotlight on people come to the country and open up a store and don't got to pay no taxes for 7 years because they from Africa, they from Asia. Why are they getting any type of perks and they ain't put no money into the country? Why? Why would you make it so somebody can come from Asia, open a store and don't pay no taxes for 7 years, then sell it to his brother, pay no taxes? While foundational Black Americans and heritage white Americans got to pay taxes on everything they get. The heritage white Americans and the foundational Black Americans are the ones supposed to get the break. They the ones pay taxes in their family since they've been in the country. You gonna bring somebody that ain't put no money into the country and get them a tax break based on what? Based on what? So you just gonna let Mandani be the mayor based on what? He ain't put nothing into the country. And he the mayor of New York? What have he done for the country? Nothing. He just got here. How's he the mayor? Show me a job where you can come to the job and get a top position and you don't got to work your way up. How you come here, you ain't got to work your way up and you just the mayor. How? You know why? Because you overrun the country with immigrants. You let them vote, and then they're going to vote for whoever, another immigrant, whether he qualified or not. That's what the Democrats wanted to do. The Democrats wanted to make it where anybody could come here and run for office and don't have to have no skin in the game. Just come in here, and now you can run for president. You can run for governor, senator, straight off the doggone banana boat or straight off the plane from another country. No, you don't got to work your way up or nothing. You can just come in, and if it's enough immigrants here, they're going to vote you right in office, whether you qualified or not. And that's going to destroy this country. This country's going to be destroyed because you got a bunch of illegals. That's why they wanted illegals to be able to vote. Imagine you could run across somebody's border illegally and vote for a president or a governor or a senator. Just imagine how egregious that is. That you could come in from Africa and you could be the mayor. Straight off the plane. You could be the mayor over somebody who daddy been here, granddaddy been here, great-granddaddy been here. You could be his mayor, straight from Nigeria, straight from Africa, straight from Afghanistan. And nobody know if you're an insurgent or what. Yeah, it's dangerous. And it's turning America into a third world country. You're going to bring some third world people over here and let them run a first world country. That's why immigration ain't no good, because when you let too many immigrants in, they're going to take over your country and vote for more immigrants. You're going to lose your country. Immigrants should not be allowed to vote for a certain amount of years, period. I think they got the right to vote. But there need to be some years before they can, like 7 years or something. You can't just come over here and vote and have an opinion over people that been here. And what world can somebody that come here in 1 year have an opinion over somebody been here 50 years, 60 years? How they got the same, come on. So you're telling me, I was born here in 1958, you're telling me you can come from Africa somewhere and have the same amount of weight and say so as me? It's like straight off the plane? Make that make some sense. And you don't know what you're doing. You don't know what you're doing. You're not an American. You don't know nothing about America. You will drive America into the ground. As a matter of fact, you came from a country that's less than. Who would take somebody from a country that ain't doing nothing and make them the mayor of New York? Show me how they got qualifications and they from a little raggedy, they from somewhere raggedy. How they got qualifications to run a first world nation and you from Boo Boo Ba Ba Ba. You didn't came from Boo Ba La Ba and you running a place in America. It ain't a place nowhere in Africa that's up to the standard of the United States. They'll go show you, look, a beautiful, they'll show you a little part, right? Like they'll go to Nigeria, they'll go somewhere and they'll go to the little good part, right? And they'll show you, look at these homes, look at that. But them homes be the exploiters, them the ones robbing everybody else in Nigeria. So they'll take you where the crooks is at that built their little nice spot. But they never show you Nigeria, the country. They just go to this little corner and say, look, Nigeria, that ain't Nigeria, that's that little spot. Show us Nigeria. No, we ain't gonna show you Nigeria. They ain't gonna show you a spot. They say they're not gonna show you America. If you come to America and you drive across America, you're gonna see farms for miles. Yeah, you're gonna see sophistication. You ain't gonna see no bunch of raggedy shit in America. Drive across the country. That's why I tell young people, when you go on vacation, sometimes take the car so your kids can look out the window. When you drive across America, you're going to see acres and acres and miles of farmland. You're going to see food. You're going to see food. You're going to see cows. You're going to see farmland and agriculture and animals. That's what you're going to see. The only time you're not going to see nothing if the land is rocks or a Grand Canyon or something where it's not feasible for certain things. Other than that, you're going to see food, you're going to see money, you're going to see prosperity. You're not going to see no Bangladesh looking nothing. Our poorest places here, like the Nigerian brother told me in the county jail. He said federal people in Nigeria will be fighting to get in here in the county jail. This is really nice compared to Nigeria. That's what he told me. The Nigerian I was locked up in the county jail told me people would love to live in the Cook County jail. People from Nigeria. That's what he told me. He said they would be trying to go to jail. That's what the Nigerian told me. He said if they had that in Nigeria, everybody would break the law to get in here. He said people would intentionally break the law to be in the Cook County jail. With 3 free meals a day, somewhere to sleep, showers, workout rooms, and all that. It's sad for them, but it just shows you how great America really is in some places. Now, we do have some poor places in America where they wouldn't be trying to get in some of them jails down in New Orleans. You know what I'm saying? But the Cook County jail and a lot of these Illinois prisons, compared to like some places in India and Africa, in South America, you know what? In South America prisons, they got guns in there. The prisoners got guns. They be having shootouts in the prison. Look it up. In South America, they be having shootouts in the prison. Right? So that's the next part. Foundational Black America and the whole lineage makes the U.S. government put a closer eye on non-FBA blacks, possible deportation. Another thing that Foundational Black American lineage does is it puts a spotlight on how African men have been using foundational Black American women. If somebody put a spotlight, especially on these Nigerians, it will expose that these Nigerian men and these West African men are totally abusing foundational Black American women. Totally. Stealing from them, taking their homes, their property, impregnating them with babies just for the sake of impregnating them. Totally disrespecting our women. The Nigerians is notorious. They shouldn't even be allowed to even really, they need to be like really vetted before they could come into the United States. Like I know at least 5 black women that have been scammed by Nigerian men. Try to take their homes, try to marry them, take their homes. I know one black woman, she got married to a Nigerian, she woke up the next day, was gone. He come back a lot of months later with his wife and children. I know another lady, she married a Nigerian, same thing, she woke up one day, he was gone. He was trying to take her deeds to her house and everything. She had to go fight to keep her stuff. A lot of black women is writing letters back and forth to Africans in Ghana and Nigeria, and they going over there getting scammed. Africa is probably the second scam capital of the world. Probably behind maybe Russia or China or one of them, but Africa is the scam capital. Them women go over there and get totally used. I'm telling you. The people that Africans dislike the most is Nigerians. Nigerians is the most disliked black people in the world. Ask somebody. I'm not promoting hate. I'm just teaching the facts that the scamming in Africa is beyond what you could believe. And they're going all over Europe scamming right now. The scams is through the roof. Tricking black women to come over there to take their money, impregnate them, take their money. I'm telling you straight up. That's why when we had the black conscious movement and a lot of reggae, that's why the Africans didn't come, because they wasn't gonna get along with the Jamaicans. So that's why they never joined that, because they was never for no black nut like that. They ain't with that. Africans ain't with no black unity, no black building or nothing like that. They ain't with that. They ain't with no kind of unity and nothing like that. Not at all. They tribal. They into tribalism. They little group, and that's little group. Matter of fact, up in Europe, they different little tribes up there beefing. They warring like a mug all over Europe. Europe is starting to ban Africans. They don't want Africans there no more. Africans is getting kicked out of every country in the world. Look it up. I ain't lying. Nobody want them nowhere. The Europeans are sick of them. Look, more than 178,000 immigrants have suddenly fled South Africa. More than 178,000 African immigrants have left South Africa in recent months, spurred by a crackdown on undocumented migration by authorities. They just overrun your country. 178,000 in South Africa. And they doing the thing where they'll get on the plane, right? They got a layover. So they get on the plane going to this country. But when it's a layover, they run it and be just disappeared at the city where the layover's at. They never see them again. They intentionally book flights. They got a layover, like an hour or so. And once they get off that plane for that layover, they don't come back. They just run into that country. Look it up. So people will be like, well, Pharaoh, are you promoting hate? Are you promoting? No, Africa is about to throw out Africans from countries they're not from. In Africa. If you ain't from that country, they're about to put you out. They're going to put everybody out that's not from that country because it's out of hand and illegal substances are being sold, prostitution is through the roof, and crime is through the roof. Yeah, they running them out of Spain and Greece. England gonna run them out. Italy, Portugal, France. Everybody want them out. I ain't just telling no lies or no. I ain't pushing hate. I'm pushing the news. This is the news. So, Foundational Black Americans is putting a spotlight on them. That's why they don't like it. It's one of the things, again, they put the spotlight on African men, how they've been using FBA women. They've been abusing our women. It's so many black women here with the African babies. Their daddy's still in Africa. These women got to raise these little African babies by themselves. You know how many black women got African babies that them men tricked them to come to Ghana and get them women pregnant and just be gone? You could go search the videos. There's a whole bunch of videos of women crying that they went over there thinking he was on the phone. It's like dudes in prison. You know how dudes in prison trick them women to fall in love with them, know how to write them letters and stuff? The Africans is in Africa doing that right now. Tricking women, making her think he love her and get over there, get her pregnant, take her money and everything. And then he be gone. She got to come back to the United States with a baby. Another thing it does is make the government give FBAs our tax money so other blacks can't live off our hard work. And so the whole idea of Foundational Black Americans puts an eye on our tax dollars and going to make more tax dollars come to Foundational Black Americans and less money come to leeches that come to the country and just get free money. All that free money from the stop. Trump got like 2 more years ago. The Democrats ain't going to win. The Democrats not going to win. Blacks that push the Democratic Party will be ostracized and really not liked. You're going to be looked at as a traitor because the Democratic Party now is the enemy of Foundational Black Americans. We'd rather roll the dice with the Republicans. The Democrat Party is the immigrant party. It's not American. That's a fact. The Democratic Party represents immigrants. It's not American. Americans will lose everything under Democrats. Foreigners will have everything. The country, you know what I'm saying? The Democrats are immigrants. You see that dude down there in Florida trying to run as a Republican, and he like a half and half. He two different immigrants. Said black folks ain't supposed to get reparations, but he ain't no foundational black American. Y'all seen dude? He not no foundational black American. He said we ain't supposed to get nothing. He said he want to get in the government and then he want to block us. I ain't lying. Down there in Florida, the dude that's running in Florida, the Florida congressman or whatever he is. That man's straight enemy of foundational black American. He said we ain't supposed to get nothing. How a dude that's not a black American, they from some island somewhere, go speak on our reparations, say we ain't supposed to get reparations, and he from some island somewhere. I ain't kidding. He from some island somewhere, and he said we ain't supposed to get reparations. Congressman Byron. Congressman Byron. This guy. This guy said we're not supposed to get nothing. And he ain't even no black American. Him. He like Panamanian and something else. He like a double immigrant. And he said we ain't supposed to get nothing. He said because if we get reparations, other blacks, other people ain't gonna get it. That's what he said. He said it's gonna open opportunities for us that's not open for others. So in other words, he ain't honoring our work for slavery. He acting like we getting something free. He not looking at it like it's reparations based on we was cheap. He believed that if other black immigrants and everybody don't get it, we shouldn't get it. This guy right here. This is why we cannot let black immigrants get in politics. Because black immigrants is like haters. They don't like us, and they really here to take over the country. Seriously. He's an enemy. He's an enemy. He's here to uproot us, uproot what we got going on. That's what he's here for. No, he don't have our best interests. Black immigrants typically don't. They here to compete against us. And they don't compete against whites. See, we compete against whites. Black immigrants compete against other blacks. That's their culture. They scared of European. Seriously. So they went down there doing all that, sucking up, and now they bringing in another guy to make sure he don't win. But he don't got our best interest. He said we shouldn't get nothing because they ain't getting it. He basically said since he ain't getting it and other black immigrants ain't getting it, we shouldn't get it because it's giving us an advantage. How we getting advantage of money that's owed to us? He not considering that money owed. A lot of people don't consider that we owe the debt. They trying to look at it like it's a handout. They don't honor slavery. They'll be like, you got to work your way up. They totally ignore that we've been cheated and we want the money we've been cheated. They're like, no, you got to work your way up. That's what he said. And that's why those other countries go up in destruction. Because when people start doing that and people start feeling like they ain't got no way out, they're going to take it to the streets. A dude like that will make people take it to the streets. Facts. If people feel like, oh, you trying to block me, that ain't going to go good for him. We got a lot of black spies like that, blackface KKKs. A lot of them. Because you got to understand, that's rewarded in them third world countries. They with that. They with that in Africa. They with that in the Caribbean. They with it. We are a unique group. Right? So what it does is make the government give us our tax money so other blacks can't live off our hard work, so they don't like it. Another thing it does, it highlights how many foundational black Americans are in the U.S. compared to the much smaller number of black immigrants. And so dealing with being foundational black Americans and putting our numbers out there, almost 50 million strong, it shows you how itty bitty the other blacks are. They don't like that either. They don't like that being highlighted, that, you know, y'all ain't got no numbers, because they getting and doing a lot of talking, but they don't got the numbers to back up their talk. They don't have enough numbers to be calling no type of shots. Their numbers ain't big enough to make decisions. So that's another reason they don't like foundational black Americans, because we showing, listen, we almost 50 million strong. It ain't nothing but 900,000 of y'all here, 1.2 million here. Y'all ain't nobody. Why is y'all here making all this noise? But what they do, they hide and say they're Americans. So they say they're Americans, but they really got the best interests of wherever they from. But they run as American. So they'll run as an American, right? But really be like half African. And then all their interest is in Africa. We got the whites doing it too. They starting to watch the whites, because whites are starting to run for office, but their best interest is Israel. They Israelis. They come and get in the U.S. government, and then they run like they represent America, but they represent Israel. They don't have America's best interest. This is happening. America better wake up. America's letting people that don't have the U.S. interest, that have the interest of their lineage somewhere else, and they putting that over the American people. It's a fact. So one thing they don't like about Foundation Black America, it exposes our numbers, that we got more numbers than you. And when people start realizing how much numbers it is, they start saying, wait a minute, buddy, you can't be calling no shots, your number's too small. Another thing they don't like about it, it specifies our economic power. It specifies how much we put into the country. They don't like that either. Because, like, wait a minute, buddy, You ain't putting no money in the pot like that. They putting the money in. Okay? Another thing they don't like about foundational Black Americans and the whole lineage concept is it exposes our haters. They get revealed. Okay? They get revealed. Another thing it does, it reveals our Native American bloodline along with our African bloodline through marriage and offspring. So when they keep looking, you know what I'm saying, they finding out that we Native American and African. And so people be like, Native American, African, that's false. That's false. People be saying we Native American. People say we African. No, we're not neither. We're not neither. You don't know who slept with who. You guessing. Right? So they guessing. Because I got 2 parents, 4 grandparents, 8 great-great-grandparents, 16 great-great-great-grandparents, 32 great-great-great-great-grandparents, 64 great-great-great-great-great. How somebody going to tell you who them people is? Somebody know who them 64 people is? No. They just talking. Correct? Am I correct? You got 64 great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandparents. Somebody know who they are? Can somebody prove them Native Americans or Africans? No, they just talking. They got no facts to back none of that. We ain't Africans or Native Americans. We a brand new people. We a brand new group. When is people going to realize that? We are a brand new mixture of people. Anybody got knowledge knows that. Anybody got knowledge knows that a lot of Black women was raped by slave owners. So how she raped by slave owners to have a baby? How the baby a Native American when the baby daddy was a slave owner? People just be talking stupid. See what I'm saying? They just be talking. They can't back up none of that. They can't back. Nobody can show you no Native American all the way back in their family, or no African, or no nothing in specific. That's just talk. I got $3,000 if somebody can show me that. Can't nobody show me none of that. You just talking. They just talk. You see these Moors and all I'm trying to say what they is? Y'all believe them? Y'all believe they know who they is? Do you know the 8 people back in your family? You got 2 parents, right? 4 grandparents, and 8 great-grandparents. Do you know them 8 people? Because I don't. You know your great-grand, you know them 8, you know all 8 of your great-great-grandparents? You know? What's their name? See, some of this stuff gets silly. You know, the need to want to look smart, but don't know what the hell you talking about. I'm the realest alive. I don't do no make-believe. I don't do no make-believe. People be talking make-believe. It's make-believe. They can't back up none of that stuff they be selling. Let me give you an example. on my mother's side. This is my great grandmother. I used to hang out at her house. She born in 1876. Do I know her great grandparents? Yes or no? It's real simple. Do I know her great grandparents? Do we know who that is? You might be, but when they put that out, you can't say that that's going to qualify for everybody. That's just going to qualify for you. So when somebody like you put that out there like that's common knowledge for everybody, that's misinformation. Do everybody know that? Simple question. Do everybody know that? Okay, you know that. Do everybody know that? No. That's my point. People put it out there and say we. They never say you. They say we. So you're missing my point. When people say, they never say what they are. They say we something. That's what I'm talking. I ain't talking about you. I'm talking about when they get on here, they never say them. They say we this and we that. Let me ask you a question. Based on what you know, can another person say we something? Yes or no? Based on you knowing that, can another person say we something specifically? Yes or no? You know what I'm saying? Another person can't say what we is. They just talking. And most of the people know they is. They foreigners. They not really foundational Black Americans. They immigrants. That's another thing. You get into specific, they're going to tell you, oh, yeah, my great-grandmother came from Mexico. Yeah, I guess you do know who they is. That's a trick, you know. Your great-grandmama and them wasn't picking no cotton. They was immigrants. You might know who they is. But I bet you if your people was in Alabama and Mississippi, I bet you don't know who they is. And this is another thing people get in our conversation that don't really be us. Because ain't nobody who parents come up in Mississippi and Alabama know who the hell them people is. Immigrant will know. Somebody who mama and daddy is Mexican or Hispanic or something. But ain't no foundational Black America come up in Mississippi, got the information. Nobody come up from other places that come from a whole different group of people. Ain't no way. Ain't no way nobody come up from Mississippi or Alabama know that. They're going to have to be from Florida or California, where they mix with some Mexican or something, some kind of Spanish something. They ain't going to really be no Black like that. They're going to be a foreigner, basically. You could do your research. You can go back to the census. You can go back to the census. You know what I'm saying? The easiest way to find out relative to the Census Bureau, the Census Bureau traced back to 1840 something, and you could look at the when they look at the Census Bureau, then they could trace the lineage of this person had this baby, and this person had this baby, and this person had this baby, like that. You could do that. But it still ain't gonna necessarily be all Black. It'll just show that your family went through slavery. But it could be anything. Like my mother, Sue. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the 1870 something census. You know what I'm saying? And you can find that's how they're gonna have to find out if you get reparations or not. But whether we go into specific which type of Native American they was, that it might not go into those specifics. It might just show the name, the date of birth, who they married, and the baby. It might not tell they not what they was. You see what I'm saying? It's not going to necessarily tell what they was. People making you think it's going to tell you who they was. No. No. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to tell you who they was. You know that. If you've been out here dating women, you know that. You know you don't know your baby mama, who her great-great-grandmama is when you had the baby by that lady. I got 6 kids. I know who all their great-great-great-grandmamas and stuff is. I'm serious. So what is my kids? How I know? You know what I'm saying? What, I took like a lineage when I met their mamas and got them pregnant? See what I'm saying? You get my point? Like, nobody really did be paying attention like that. When you meet a woman, you know, see, your kids ain't just your lineage. Your kid is the mama's lineage too. So we're not just tracing my daddy lineage. We got to trace my daddy lineage and my mama's lineage to really know who I am. So you ain't going up just one family tree. You got to go up 2 family trees, right? Now, who believe that's just simple? Most people that tell you they know who they is, they probably only talk about one relative too. They probably only talking about their daddy people. Most people, they don't know their daddy and mama people. That got to be done by professional research, but it don't matter as long as they can trace your bloodline back to slavery. You're gonna get your reparations. That's it. If you was here, you get paid. But that's two bloodlines, and then bloodlines within bloodlines. So now when you get to my daddy and you get to his daddy, right? You can't just go my daddy, his daddy, and mama, because who's the bloodline? Who was my granddaddy's wife and my great granddaddy's wife and their bloodline? So you would have to trace every bloodline of every couple that you pass through to really know who you are. To be honest with you, we got my mom and daddy. I would have to trace, let's start with my daddy. I would have to trace my daddy, mom, and daddy to really know who I am. Then I would have to trace my grandmama, mom, and daddy, my granddaddy, mom, and daddy. Then I would have to trace their mamas and daddies, mamas and daddies, and mamas and daddies, and mamas and daddies. Anything other than that is inconclusive. You just following one thing. You know how many people that is when you go back to your great 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 grandparents? That's a lot of couples. That's not just 8 people or 16 people. That's a lot of couples. So, I mean, scientifically, that's not just. Then already came out and said that most of that checking your DNA is all fake. They just came out with that study, said that stuff is all fake. Straight up. And that They don't even have everybody's bloodline to even know your DNA. I said, I know. They said in order to get your DNA, they would have to have every bloodline on file from everybody that ever lived on the planet, and they don't have it. That's what they said. They said they don't have it. Let that sink in. You see, on the left, that's my grandfather on my father's side. On the right, that's his wife. Who is all her people? And who is all his people? So you wouldn't be able to just trace this and know who you are. You would have to know all of his people, right? You would have to know his mama and daddy, his mama and daddy's mama. See what I'm saying? And then you would have to know her mama and daddy, and they, to really know what you are. Now you can know you came down through this pipeline, but as far as knowing who you are, you're talking about hundreds of people you would have to identify. Who believes that's possible? But to get my reparations, this is all I need on my father's side, and this is as far as I need to go back on my mother's side. I don't have to go back way back. I only got to go back one more time, two more times with my grandfather. That's it. And then my grandmother, my great grandmother, she was born 7 years after slavery ended. So I only got to go back to her mama and daddy. And that's all I need to get reparations. She one step away from me getting it. You see, she was born in 1876. I used to hang out at her house. So when you go back to 7 years back, 1861 or something like that, then you get your reparations. Wait a minute. When did slavery end? Okay, 1865. So you go back 11 years, all I need is the next people 11 years back. There go my reparations on that side. Because she was born 11 years after slavery ended. So this right here, I go to the Census Bureau and give them her name. And once they find her people, there go my reparations. Just like that. Then my granddaddy, all I got to do is go back to my granddaddy. Because you ain't trying to find out where everybody is. You just try to prove that you was here. You don't need to know all that. Then my granddaddy, all I got to do is go back 2 generations with him. All I got to do is go to his granddaddy. And then that's it. There go my reparations. That's all I got to do. Go back to his granddaddy, right? And then go back to her mama. Her daddy. Her daddy and mama, and his granddaddy and grandmama, which we probably got it. We're waiting for the rest of we putting all our stuff together already, see. We already own it. So we already own we already own that. And we got a relative down in Florida, and he finding everybody. So there go my daddy, the top picture, there go my daddy and his that's my daddy and his people at the top. My daddy, the littlest boy in the front. And this, my daddy family. So you don't got to go back. What's your point? What's your point of your question? What's your point of your question? Give me the point of your question before I try to answer. What point? What's your point of your question? What's the point of your question? You're asking it for a reason. What's the reason you want to know? What's the point of your question? We give you a few minutes. Yes, people could like to ask you questions, don't like to answer questions. You see what I'm saying? You got to beware of people like that. You got to beware of people that want to question you but don't answer questions. See what I'm saying? That shows you they got bad intent. You understand? That's how you weed out spies and haters early. You get them out of here. The people that's not with it, you want to kick them out of our circle. They got to go. See how long it take to answer the question? You see? Just look. Silence. See? That's how you know what I'm saying? Silence. Look, watch how long. You don't never answer questions of people like that. Find out what their intent is. If they don't got good intent, don't talk to them. I don't see no good intent to the question, so I have to think it was some kind of negative question or something negative. I have to think it's somebody not minding their own business. That's none of your business. Mind your business. Like, focus on what your thing is, like what you got going on. Focus on that. Why you focusing over here? Don't let nobody focus on what you're doing. Make them go focus on what they're doing. What's their purpose of explaining what you're doing to somebody? Mind your business. Don't worry about what we're doing. Ain't you got something to do? And at what point I got to prove something to you? I don't even know you. You don't even got a real name. Well, you worried about who made up FBA, who made up GITGG original, who made that up? See, this is an enemy. So far, that's what it looks like. Look. No, he's not going to answer. Why would I answer? See? Why would I answer? Why would I show you respect when you can't show me none? See what I'm saying? Most likely, it was for a negative argument, so he don't want to answer. Most likely, he owns some nonsense, right? Nonsense. Look, I'll be exposing these people early. He tried to trick me out my square and make me answer some stupid shit that he can go look up. He asked me a question that he already know the answer to. That's the first way you can know that a person is negative, because he knows the answer. So now you got to ask yourself, why is he asking me a question he knows the answer? You see what I'm saying? He's not fishing. He's a bozo on some bozos. He's somebody that waste their time with nonsense. This is a nonsense waster with a fake name, like a troll or agent or something. See? I'm just doing this for y'all. I'm not doing it for him. I'm going to block him. Yeah, he got out of here. I'm just showing y'all how to deal with this internet. Never answer a question that somebody asks you and they already know the answer. Because if they already know the answer, they're not answering you to get the answer, right? So what they asking you for? They trying to use a question to make a statement, which is cowardly. Like that's a little boy. That's like coward. That somebody don't want to say what they want to say. Isn't so-and-so, and they already know the answer. See what I'm saying? Look, he failed the test. See? Exposed. Now let me get him out of here. Yep, you got to go. It's a block party. I just wanted the audience to see that. Go ask your mother. You know what I'm saying? She answered me for, you know what I'm saying? Go ask your mama. You know what I'm saying? What you asking me for? Go look it up. Go. You got Google. Google it if you wanted to know. Google it. Google will tell you. All right. The next day. Like I said, the benefits of dealing with ourselves as foundational Black America specifies our economic power, right? And how much we put into the U.S. It identifies us, so it identifies our input, our contribution to the country. Another thing about identifying itself as foundational Black American, it exposes the haters. The haters reveal themselves when they get angry that we make a distinction between us and them. And it's very important to know who's the hater so you can keep your eye on them. The fact that bothers them means they don't have good intentions for us. Because why us doing something that we think benefit us? Why would that bother you? It's not for you to decide what we think benefit us. Identifying ourselves as foundational Black Americans reveals all of that. Also, it reveals our Native American bloodline along with our African bloodline through marriages and offspring. It shows that we're an amalgamation. We are new people. We are new people. They want to be able to put us in a box. They want to be able to call us something, but we already calling ourselves something. We foundational Black Americans. Why is you try to find out what I am? I just told you what I am. I'm a foundational Black American. So just say you don't accept that and you want to know if I'm Sioux or Comanche or Apache. Just say that. Because foundational Black America is its own group. Foundational Black American is a high level of intelligence. We know that everybody done slept with everybody. We already know that. We're not doing the crazy stuff. We just dealing with, was we here when the cotton was picked and when the money was stolen? That's all we care about. That's it. We into this for reparations. I don't give a damn who my great-great-great-grandmother was. All I want to know is whoever was here, did they get paid? And the answer is no. That's it. That's what we into, y'all. We into did our people get paid? And we can look back and we can see if they got paid or not. That's it. And we know who owes us. We know who owes us. So we're going to end with this positive energy. And this is who owe us our money. Reparations now.
This is 13 corporations that profited from slavery. So here we go. Number 1, J.P. Morgan Chase. Between 1831 and 1865, 2 predecessor banks, Citizens Bank and Canal Bank in Louisiana, accepted approximately 13,000 enslaved individuals as collateral on loans and took ownership of approximately 1,250 of them when the plantation owners defaulted on the loans. Number 2, New York Life, an insurance company, sold insurance policies on enslaved Africans. Number 3, Wachovia. 2 historical predecessors owned enslaved Africans and accepted them as payment. Number 4, N.M. Rothschild and Sons Bank in London. Nathan Mayer Rothschild, the banking family's 19th century patriarch, made personal gains by using enslaved Africans as collateral in dealings with a slave owner. I have a list of this, so if I stumble, it's because I have a lot of chicken scratch. Number 4, Norfolk Southern offered slaveholders $180. That's $3,379 today. This article was written in 2013. So that's $3,379 today a piece for enslaved Africans they would rent to the railroad for 1 year. The Central Georgia, another company aligned with Norfolk Southern Line today, valued slaves at $31,303. Today that would be $663,033. Did I say that right? Yes. $663,033. Hopefully that came out right. Sounds weird. Number 5. U.S. Today found that their parent company, E.W. Scripps and Gannett, had links to the slave trade. Number 6. Fleet Boston evolved from an early financial institution. Providence Bank founded John Brown, who was a slave trader and owned ships used to transport enslaved Africans. The bank financed Brown's slave voyages and profited from them. Brown even reportedly helped charter what became Brown University. Number 7. CSX used slave labor to construct portions of U.S. rail lines under the political and legal system that was in place more than a century ago. 2 enslaved Africans were John Henry and Reuben. The record states they were to be returned clothed when they arrived to work for the company. Number 8. Canadian National Railway Company. The Mobile and Ohio, now part of Canadian National, valued their slaves lost to the war and emancipation at $199,691 on record. That amount is currently worth $2.2 million. Whew. Number 9, Brown Brothers Harriman, the oldest and largest private investment bank, founded 1818, owned hundreds of enslaved Africans and financed the cotton economy by lending millions to Southern planters, merchants, and cotton brokers. Number 10, Brooks Brothers, high-end suit retailer, got their start selling slave clothes to various slave traders in the 1800s. They got their start by selling slave clothes. Number 11, Barclays, British multinational banking and financial services company headquartered in London, has now conceded that companies brought over the years may have been involved in the slave trade. Number 12, Lehman Brothers. This business empire started in the slave trade. Quote from Joe Pelizzotto: "This is a sad part of our history or our heritage. We're deeply apologetic. It was a terrible thing. There's no one sitting in the United States in the year 2005, hopefully, who would ever in a million years defend the practice." 13, Aetna. Aetna? Aetna. U.S. largest health insurer, apologized for selling policies in the 1850s that reimbursed slave owners for financial losses when the enslaved Africans they owned died. Aetna has long acknowledged that for several years shortly after its founding in 1853, that the company may have insured the lives of slaves. A few other a few other corporations, companies that profited from slavery: Princeton, Harvard Law School, Tiffany & Co., Bank of America, Yale University, and Wells Fargo.